Oh, how's it going over there? Can you hear me? Checking 1 and 2. Turn the dials up. Dials cranked. Everybody get your volume of your speakers in order. We're about to sit down and mix a song from scratch. Very straightforward type song. What do we got today? We got a song called Home. Very kind of basic layout, which I like to see a lot, actually, because what are we dealing with here? We basically have, what do we have? It's like kick, snare, it's just 4 drum mics. It's like that good old Leighton on the drums. Leighton was this very, very tight drummer with a funk, soul, R&B kind of, I don't even know if R&B belongs in there, but the dude, I remember like it was yesterday, I'd be like, you like Curtis Mayfield? And he's like, I learned how to play drums by listening to Curtis Mayfield stuff. So that kind of old school pocket, less is more, get it done, his style, right? And there's just something about simple drums that are really amazing to me. And this dude's an amazing drummer, so holding back, being able to play simply, what an amazing thing. Let's see who we got in the chat so far. We got Alex Christoph. How's it going over there, man? What's poppin'? We are about to do our thing and embark on this journey. And our goal today, like usual, but definitely today, is how quick can we get it done with as little as possible? Really, as little as possible is always the goal, I think. And that's usually why whenever there's something like some crazy way to do something, it's like if we can get it done with volume rides, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to sidechain the world to the world. We're going to just get it done with volume rides and sort of custom cut the song, so to speak, to what we want to hear. What's going on, Braxel? How you doing? How's it going over there? So far, we're basically about to ramp this thing in. I'm going to pop over and show you the session. All I've done so far is color code all the tracks, ran it through auto align, and now we're about to start cooking. And the good thing is, a lot of you guys, if you remember the last stream with the freaking where we're fighting Skynet, doesn't seem like we're going to have to fight Skynet as much today, but I'm sure there will be some craziness, as there usually is. But yeah, it's going to be a fun night. So settle in. And if you're not familiar over here, everyone's welcome to chat, ask questions, make statements, jump in the thing and do whatever you please. Jump in the line, work your body all the time. Okay, I believe you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're about to do, and it's going to be great. I'm not wrapping it up just yet, Braxel. We are about to start, but at the same time, start, wrap up. Every end is a beginning. Every beginning is an end. Sounds like something a freaking Sherpa would say on their way up. So, this is what we're going to do. We're going to flip over here. I think Nightbot should be in a better mood tonight. We're really taking this robot out for some spins. We're kind of experimenting with what we can get away with the robot, and we shall see how it goes. Because it'd be nice to just be able to take some of the load off GDP sometimes. It'd be nice, and why not? So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. We got GDP from Japan flying this plane through the air, through turbulence, through freaking ice-spiked clouds, through tornadoes, through clover fields. We're making it happen. We're flying through. And as we go, we might run into issues, which happens sometimes, but we figured out ways to solve them and get around them. And bottom line, we're good to go. So, Discord coming soon. Every time the stream ends, just realize we are diligently we're diligently working to figure out how Discord works, because the two of us thinking about like figuring out Discord, like he's already there. He already knows. I don't know much about it at all. The most I know about it is that Glenn Fricker talks about meet us over on the Discord thing, which I've never done before. A quick reach to the left to pull out a glasses wipe, since I feel like I'm it's the rare moment you get to see me without a piece of glasses over my eyes. It's always a jarring moment. Every time somebody takes their glasses off, in life, I would always be like, "Oh, put your glasses back." It's just something jarring about it. I think it's because like their eyes get used to the glasses, and then they don't know how to make their eyes like, it's like, it's like, hey, fix your face. Well, your eyes get like that when they're behind glasses. Like, fix your eyes. It's like, I'm trying. I'm getting acclimated over here. All right. We're good to go. We're in business, sort of. We're sort of in business. Skynet's already bugging. Are they bugging? Nah, Skynet's good. You got to sort of... Robots have memories, so you can't talk trash about robots because they will remember. It's like crows or bees. Can't talk trash about them. They remember faces. Crows especially. I think bees are like that too. I think they got the trackers. All right, we're in business now. Now we're in business. Yeah, I always shout out Cloverfield. Sometimes it's more subtle than others, but I freaking love that movie. I thought it was the best take on Godzilla, like the modern day Godzilla that you could possibly have done. The first one, especially. The way it was shot and everything. I remember being like, it must have taken... It's clearly most of it is done. It's like CGI was at a great time combined with really fantastic direction and like the way they set the shots up. So there's like a nice combination of both there. Radstash Gaming with a quality question coming through in the who would win in a fight, bee or crow? The crow. First of all, the crow, brilliant animal. So the crow is, I think, as close to as we get to human beings in terms of intelligence. I don't know. They have pattern recognition. They do all sorts of stuff. They give gifts. I think the crow is up there. Like, they have problem solving abilities. Those things are up there. Now, I'm not a National Geographic expert, but I could tell you that I think a crow would destroy. Now, if we're talking about a swarm of bees versus one crow, it's all over. It's all over. Numbers. It's a numbers game. But if we got a swarm of crows, or what do they call it? They actually, I don't know if I could say it on YouTube. They call it a murder of crows, right? That's what they call it. That's a bunch of crows. It's called that, and that versus a freaking bunch of bees, I go with the crows. I put my money on the crows. Magpies. Yeah, well, we're getting super National Geographic up in here. Magpies, whenever I hear that word, it makes me hungry. It's like, oh, magpies. They're delicious. You just got to get the crust just right. But I don't think it's truly edible in that same way. I don't think so. It might even be illegal to eat a magpie. I'm not recommending anybody eat magpies. Keep that in mind. So let's bounce over here. We got Radstash saying, I also see a scenario where the crow eats the bee and it stings its way out. If you're talking about those crazy, giant bees, which every time they show up, I do feel like it's a drone of some kind. Even like you gotta like, I had a freaking tennis match with one of those things once where I was whacking at it. And then by the time I pieced them up, I was exhausted. I remember thinking if there was a couple of these things, I'd have been toast. So luckily, my only encounters with those things have been small numbers. But yeah, I see that being an issue. I also see the fact that like those freaking giant bees are so much bigger than any bee anyone ever remembers when they were kids that like, can you imagine in another, you know, person's lifetime how big the bees are going to be? If they keep getting that big, if they just keep doubling and tripling in size, we're done for, yo. Just pack it in. Everybody going to go underground, mix exclusively in private domiciles without ever seeing the light of day. Now, let's see what's going on here. We got a track, 4 tracks of drums, kick, snare, overhead, left, right, bass, 3 tracks, the purple, bada bing, D112, direct signal, and an SM58. Usually I like to put the direct at the bottom because it's usually the one I got to process differently. Sometimes a lot more compression because it's just, you know, depending on how a bass amp is mic'd, you could tell even just looking at the waveform. This one's just a lot quieter, but you see how much more dynamic this one section is, where it exists on the others, but it's not nearly as much. It's mostly about mic placement, where the mic was. If it's a little further away, if it doesn't get the full range of the signal, the way a direct gets every single nuance of the playing, that could account for that. But yeah, so I'm gonna go in here. Just gonna look at what else we got. 2 tracks of acoustic guitar, and then a bunch of these greens are regular guitars. So these type of songs are always quicker to mix when like the drums are on 4 tracks only. Is it your ideal situation? No, but it was what was available at the time. It's how we did it, and that's usually the thing. Every mix is a compromise in some way. It's always like, oh, okay, this is what we have. How do we make it good? If I had my druthers, I'd have had it done 17 other ways, right? But this is how we're going to do it. 2 overheads, a snare, and a kick. I like it because it's basic, it's simple, and it can be, you can get good results with it. It's just, you know, don't try to make it something it's not. Don't try to make it sound like it was recorded at Ocean Way because it's probably not going to work. You know, go with that tight sound. What else? So when you get in here, guitars, there's 2, each guitar is multi-mic'd, but it's only 2 mics per performance. So you got like 58 and then the Dyne, which is another kind of 58 basically. It's like the practice mics we used to use for vocals. I used to use those, they would double as guitar mics way back in the day. 58 and then this Shure Dyna, whatever it's called. It's called like a Dyna Supra, Dyna Pro, something weird, but it was made by Shure. So that's one performance, and I usually try to color code them that way. So this is one performance. This is one performance, and it's more of a room sound. It's backed up a little bit. So let's listen to the track. This one right here looks like the bulk of the song, so I should probably move this to the front along with this one, just so I like to have the order of importance like from top to bottom. That's why kick starts it, then snare. To me, kick and snare are the 2 most important things. Then overhead, left and right. No matter if I have 12 drums, I'll start with importance. Kick, snare, you know, if there's other kick mics and snare mics, they go right below what the thing is. So kick in, kick out, snare top, snare bottom, rack, floor, overhead, left, right. Just session organization is important. Then room left, room right kind of thing. When it gets towards the bottom, like rooms are usually more important to me than overheads, but they serve different purposes. So they're probably equally important. So there's not much. That's the guitars and then a couple tracks of vocals. This is 1 track of vocals, little Flavor Town in here, not a whole lot done. And then 2nd track of vocals and another track of vocals. So it's really 3 tracks of vocals. Very basic session. All these olive colored tracks are Flavor Town effects and stuff. So I can make the vocals sit nice. That's why they're really only between those tracks. Everything else I have to dial as I go, but we already know going in, vocals are going to get something most likely. Otherwise they sound extremely dry and totally lifeless, you know, which sometimes is good and cool, but sometimes they need a little something, something. So without further ado, I plan on playing the track from the top. From the top. And we can go from there. Just setting up my second screen here. And we're in business. Second screen. All right, let us cook in here. I'm going to play this while I dial this in.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I'm trying to clean the mess he made. I'll bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't
So that's the track. I kind of like to give people a starting point so they kind of hear what happens before compression, EQ, before anything except for auto align. It's the only thing that's on there. Mixbus has nothing on it. Clarity is the thing on the desk that's a meter. Essentially, it's just a meter, and then Source Nexus gets you the audio. But there's really nothing on this freaking thing at all except for auto align. And the buses, so the bass, you could say, has something because the bass came into town on my template, the bass bus, and I always send the bass to that. So that's the only thing with anything on it. And as far as I'm concerned, until you put something on the bass, it's hard to even listen to it. Like, you have to. I record bass with compression all the time, like an 1176, pretty fast attack, relatively slow release to just kind of give it a nice squish and consistency. If you don't have a 76, like a 2A is another good option to just hold it down a little bit, right? But in this case, nothing was used, so I have to send everything to stuff on the way in. Also, this comes in on my template, so nothing was added before I ever start working with you guys other than the template comes in, and then stuff gets routed. Same thing an assistant would do. I just wanted to look at the chat real quick. Radstash, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the compliment there. I was reading that. I appreciate that, man. Always nice when people check out our lives for the first time. This is the 12th one of these we've done. We're new to this thing on the live front, but I love it. This is like the most fun ever because it gives a chance to really interact. People get questions answered, and a video is one-sided and this isn't, which is very cool to me. So I'm really into this over here. And yeah, GDP is such a freaking hard worker. The dude's thorough. And, you know, when we plan these things, it's like we try to orchestrate it around everyone's schedule to when everything's convenient. And sometimes either I'm on very little sleep or GDP's on very little sleep. And we make it happen for you guys no matter what anyway, because that's, like I said, we love it. If you love what you're doing, first and foremost, you're always kind of willing to do all sorts of crazy stuff. And make no mistake, both me and GDP live and breathe this music stuff. We love it. There's no question about it. All the way from Japan, by the way, we got that East Coast in the U.S. to Japan connection going. And that's how we bring the freaking plane to you guys. That's how we keep the plane in the sky. It's pretty amazing. So, Red Stash, Unidyne, or Unisphere. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Braxel's asking, it looks like you got Auto Align 2 on. Can you show us how you use it? Well, all right. All I do for Auto Align 2, you just instantiate the plugin. So, like, this is how I do it, right? I will put Auto Align 2 on. You could do it on everything and then group stuff, which makes sense. But if you're not sure where stuff goes, when I say group stuff, I mean you have acoustics, right? If you didn't record the session, you might not know based on the labeling. If you get a track that says audio 3 and audio 4, it's like, all right, I listened to both. I realized they're both acoustic guitars. I then have to figure out if it's the same performance or not. Don't leave it up to Auto Align to determine what the same performance is. You got to figure that out because you're the human. And based on when somebody plays something very tight, Auto Align might think it's the same performance. So any sort of problems with it I've noticed have been when I leave it up to Auto Align to determine what is the same performance. Because all you have to do is line up the phase of the multi-mic'd performances. That's it. So that means if one performance, like you play the guitar through the song, you know, doesn't matter if you punch 16 times or once or never. You play the guitar, there's 2 mics on the amp, you have to get those 2 mics in phase. It has nothing to do with the phase of the other times you played the guitar. So like you pick up a different guitar, you play another freaking pass, it's got nothing to do with those. Though that second guitar has 2 mics or 3 on it, you got to line the phase up with that. So it's just about the performances on each performance that has multiple mics. You got to get the phase locked in on that. That's really like the concept here. It's really easy to think about when you think about drums. You know, kick, snare, overhead left, and overhead right. You want to lock the phase in on all that stuff. So you know, though, most likely, You don't have 16 different performances of drums sitting there in your session. You probably have kick, snare, overhead, left, right, maybe toms and whatever else too, right? But that's one performance, so that makes sense. You got 12 mics on drums or 4. You got to line them up phase-wise, right? Maybe you have 2 mics. It doesn't matter. You come in here, you basically put it in a group. So this is what I mean by you can select all the tracks. You could add auto align 2 to everything. Then you could come in here and basically click the first one, shift click the bottom one, then you you open up, control click it, just like you would for any menu type situation on anything. And then you go to new group and you basically group it. You tell it what the groups are. Once you've told it what the groups are, it'll work perfectly and flawlessly. And then you basically, at that point, you click a button, you highlight the whole song, and then you hit play and let it play through. It does the rest for you. You don't have to do nothing else. That's the beauty of this thing. Now, the only problems people have with this is when they don't tell it what is the same performance or not. In other words, they go in, they expect AutoLine to figure out if this guitar and this one is the same performance or not, or that's the people who mess this up. If you tell it, and that's why I will listen to the track and I'll solo and I will pan opposite directions. Because as soon as I do that, I'll know if it's the same performance or not 9 out of 10 times. And if I'm still not sure, I look for an anomaly. The reason I know is because it sounds like hollow in the middle. You're not meant to take a multi-mic'd source like a guitar with 2 mics on, one on the front, one on the back, for example, and pan one left and one right. It's trash because you lose the middle. It doesn't sound thick and full. Those mics are meant to move together. They're not meant to split out separate. And this is obviously my opinion, but I feel strongly about it because before I realized this, everyone has a beginning. And before I realized this, I was like, why do my guitars not sound full? Why do they sound weak? Why do they sound thin? It's because I'm splitting up the freaking multi-mics. And as soon as I wasn't doing that, it's way better off. So when you get a guitar like this that plays through most of the song, odds are you want it in the center. Most likely you'll want it in the center because it would be off balance to maybe have a guitar only on the left side in all the verses, and then in the chorus it gets stereoed up. If you have something else to balance it, it might not be that bad. Like in our case, there's this other guitar here that we could pan off right, and then we just lose a little bit where there'll be only a guitar on the left. But I'm going to work on that in a sec. I just want to show you what I mean. If it's pan center down the center, listen. And everything's very low, granted, so I'm just going to group so we can, for the sake of ease, I'm just going to make these louder. So listen down the center, you can't tell if it's 1 performance or 2 or what. But as soon as you pan it, you can. So that's not telling us anything. That's why you have to pan it. So I pan the top one left, the bottom one right, and then I listen. Doesn't that sound awkward to you? And if you think not, then you just have to get used to it. You have to get used to what that sounds like, because that to me sounds hollow. That's what I would call hollow. It doesn't matter if I pan the top one right and the bottom one left. It doesn't matter. Listen to this. If hollow doesn't make sense to you, maybe the word seasick will make sense to you. Does it make you feel seasick? Does it make you feel nauseous? Because that's what happens with me. It feels nauseous. It feels weird. And one feels louder than the other, but that doesn't matter. That's not why. When I hit play, I could try to change that back. That still makes me feel seasick or nauseous. That's the best way to describe it. Even though now it might sound a little more balanced, it still makes me feel seasick. So that's how I know it's the same performance. The other tip, if you can't figure it out that way, would be you listen for an anomaly somewhere. So in other words, let's listen to one of the tracks for some weird thing to happen with string noise or finger sliding or the way one stops, like something that's not meant to be in the performance but inevitably is in every freaking performance of every instrument ever. You could find anomalies, you just have to listen for them. Like the way that thing, like just that freaking, that pinky, riff. Let's hear how it sounds on the other one. See, that's a weird, just the way that was played. It's exactly the same. You hear how it's exactly the same. So the tighter it is, somebody performs this, the harder it is going to be to figure that out. But when you combine that with like this performance, listen to this. See, it doesn't have that last part of the note. Listen. This one goes, and the other one like, it goes, then the chord, then the chord. There's not a fourth. It's like 1, 2, 3, then the next chord. Whereas the other one has a fourth note in it. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. There's actually more of it. I hear more of the pinky riff, so I could tell they're different. So what I'm saying is when I go through, I listen for weird. That's not even the biggest anomaly. You can catch way bigger anomalies. That's just the first spot we picked, right? But there's anomalies throughout. You listen for the anomaly, and that'll tell you if it's on both tracks or not. It usually happens when strings thud out or that your finger kind of gets too close to the fret, or just it could be anything. 2 strings ring out instead of 1. 1 string gets muted instead of the other performance. It didn't. Things like that, because if the timing is tight enough, what I'm saying is timing's not going to tell it to you sometimes. It's more about those weird anomalies. That's how I look at it. And that's how I'll group. Once I figure that out, I group, okay, that's one group. This is another group. And I color code according to the groups so that I know, so that I can check it basically. So I know 58 and Dine, GL, whatever the frick it's named, needs to be in its own group. And then when I come in here, I can tell, you see what I'm saying? These things need to be in their own group. And they're all grouped separate. You see, all the guitars have 2 in a group because that's what it is. The acoustic has 2 in a group. So to me, that's extrememely important. You tell it where it needs to go, then you run auto align and it can do its job properly. Dirk Head, what's popping over there? How we doing over there, man? Oh. Yeah, we got Skynet in the building. How's it going? Niles Pichet, what's popping over there? Yo, you'd be surprised, Niles. You may be, if you have 2 mics, which you probably do, and I'm sure you, even if you're electronic, have you like send one of your analog synths or whatever into an amplifier and mic the front. And if the amp has an open back where you can see the speaker from the back too, mic the front and back. Now all of a sudden, no one's got your sound, even if it's a patch that everyone has. Once you run it through that stuff, you're in the clear. No one's got that. GDP, stop messing with the freaking Skynet, bro. Just be happy that thing's working over there. Jeez. We don't want to wake up the beast. But yeah. So yeah, I'm happy we're on the same page over here. Yeah, Niles, you got that. Niles is right, and I just got my new mic modded Octava 319 today. I'm quite excited. Nice, yeah. Honestly, you'd be surprised if you own 2 mics, even if one of them isn't a quality mic. Like I used to use this Radio Shack mic, very cheap, like plastic made mic that had a an 1/8 inch on the end. I'd put an adapter on it, and it sounded so bad it was good. So bad is good sometimes. It's not usually great for like the main source, but for something that might be weird, go for it. Especially on stuff like that. If you have a synth that's analog and you have an amp and you mic the front of that amp and then you take a mic that's not maybe the greatest mic and put it in like the bathroom or something, you know, depending on how much noise is on it, where you can't crank up that mic pre enough because the mic might be very quiet or something, but usually those bad mics aren't that quiet usually. But anyway, put it in the bathroom, or somewhere around the corner, and then have that recording combined with your close mic and then use auto align to put those in phase. And, in that situation, try it both ways. Try it in phase and not, because it might give you some cool effect without it. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, anything. That's the beauty of what we do is there's, anybody who thinks there's one way is like, this is the wrong freaking job for you, man. There's a million ways. Millions of ways. And I know all you guys know how many ways there are because there's millions of ways. And everybody likes different things. Joe Meek style in the bathroom. Exactly. And Bronx Tale style. Put him in the bathroom. Put him in the bathroom. The other night I went to this thing for a friend of mine's birthday, and this is one of these dudes there is so big, and all I could think of is like, this room ain't big enough for all of us. In the bathroom. Put him in the bathroom. But yeah. So yeah. Dirkhead said, I learned from doing home and car audio. Nice. That's what's up. That's how he learned how to hear phase issues. Yeah, that makes sense. AIM AI Energy, what's poppin'? How we doing over there? How we doing? I appreciate the love as usual. And we got a track in here we're about to start working on. So let me throw some stuff on everything without further ado. Further without. And as we learned last time, when we need a pick-me-up, we'll just start putting emphasis on weird words while we talk, while we speak normally. I think that helps with the mood sometimes. To just be like, how's everybody going today? Just, time to make a song. Stuff like that. It reminds me of that dude who got very popular on YouTube who spoke in that particularly unique way. Do you remember that? That dude who was like, so sometimes when you go to Canada, you have to, I'm not sure if he was doing that. Like, I'm not making fun of his voice, but that dude had a very strange voice, and weird voices seem to pop off on YouTube. You notice that? You guys notice that? Am I the only one who notices that? I'm going to go easy peasy today to see how quick we can get this done. When I say easy peasy, I mean the SSL 4KG, so that I can just reach my hand up when I need to and twist some knobs on the UC1 right in front of me. It's always one of my favorites for that. And the flavor of the day, I may go with my favorite, because it's my favorite, the 1081. I don't know what the special edition difference is. I'd be curious if any of you guys know that. What's the difference between the UAD Neve 1081 SE and the 81? Whenever there's a special edition, in my experience, it's like transformerless sometimes, like on hardware, and they usually carry this stuff to the plugins. So that means if it's, like the 33609 or something, I think one of them is transformerless. I don't know. I could be outside of my depth a little bit because I don't build these things, so I don't really know the language for the topology of what's in it and stuff, or the circuitry or what's in it. But what I could tell you is that when I see SE, I've noticed sometimes it's like either transformerless or, I don't know, some other ridiculous difference. I'd be curious to know if any of you guys know what the difference is, because if there was a difference, it would probably help me pick better, but I don't know the difference. I just like them both, so I use them both. But this is the standard 1081. It's like a lighter blue color, and this is a dark blue. It's like a navy. Yeah, I don't know the difference. I wish I did. I do not know the difference. Let's throw Let's select everything and just drop it all. Why am I dropping individually here? That's crazy talk. Kick, snare, overhead, left, right, bass, bass, bass in your face. Let's throw it on these first. See, look at the 1081 dark. And here's the 1081, the normal one. See, the color is like a lighter blue. I don't know what the difference is. No idea. I don't think any of the frequencies on it are different. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Let's see. If you're not familiar, if you hold shift and click the other thing on Pro Tools, the other plugin, you can have two open at once. I don't recommend it because it starts to get crazy on the screen, and you think you're twisting one and you're twisting the other. So I don't usually do this when I'm mixing. I'll do it when I'm doing the audio suite stuff, the flavor savers, but I usually don't do it when I'm mixing because it just starts to confuse the mind a little. But no, I don't notice any differences really. These look all the same. These look the same. These look the same. These look the same. So far, so the same. That's what I'm saying. It must be an inner circuitry thing because everything's the same in terms of the frequency choices. So I don't know what could be different. Very confused. It must be they must sound different. Just who knows how? No clue. No clue. Interesting. Niles is saying Google says there's no sonic difference between the two. SE is just more DSP/CPU efficient. So it's just more efficient. Interesting. Huh. I have a hard time believing that. But I buy it. I don't trust so easily. I always think they're out to, they're out to get us. I think they're I don't know. It's just the way I was raised. It's just everybody's out to get us. So I'm like, is that true? Or do they just want us to use the one that doesn't sound as good? So they say that. Maybe not. They made it more efficient, but that somebody back there's just one difference sonically, but do we have to tell them? No, we don't have to tell them. That's probably the conversation that went down. The one that I make up. Here we go. Let's start the rock and roll. Kick. I got to put my SSL in front of this. I don't know why it didn't go there, but kick, snare. Luckily, there's so few tracks. There's 21 tracks in this song. Do you know how good it makes me feel when that happens? What about you guys? When you get a session to work on that's like 21 tracks, don't you just feel great about it? I do. I'm always like, yeah, way to go, guys. Some of my favorite albums are so few tracks. And it's so funny to me. Kings of Leon, when they first made that album with Jakir King, Aha Shake Heartbreak, that was my first inkling of who they were, was that. Later, as with a lot of bands, they commercialize a bit, is how I would say it. And it's so funny. It's such a slippery slope. It's like this it's like this edge. They're on this awesome kind of creative edge, and just one step away is this path that's like a slide towards, super commercialness. And the sound that goes with that is so drastically different than that unique thing they do in the beginning that hooked me and probably a lot of people on that band. Aha Shake Heartbreak is one of the best sounding albums of that later era, that early kind of 2000s later era. And it was done all to tape, and it was 16 tracks total, I think. And it was some really cool old school Beatles-esque recording consoles. I'm pretty sure it was done on, I don't remember now. It just escaped me, but like a Chandler or a Red or something like that. And like the Red desk, it's just, I remember the way the faders looked was very weird. That rounded fader thing that you've seen with like Glyn Johns when he's a kid behind it, pretty much like really young. That rounded fader situation. I think that's on the Red desk. I don't know, but anyway, it's escaping me. But the point is that sounds so freaking good, and it's so just bare bones dry. Like, you could call it very saturated because it's done to tape, and the tape's hit pretty hard, and it sounds so good. It's by far like one of the best sounding albums ever, as far as I'm concerned. And that guy's voice is so unique that it really kind of suits it to be totally raw and out exposed in the open like that. Once you get to the later stuff, it's got way more kind of effects on it. Everything kind of sounds like it was done like in a giant studio / stadium, like a stadium studio. It's weird. To me, it just doesn't have that personal, raw, in your face flavor that you get when you listen to like old school punk records and stuff. So let's do it. GDP. Niles Roger. I get the impression that the incentive for going commercial is super appealing to touring bands like KOL, just being able to get off the road. You don't have to go commercial. You could just go record. You could get off the road like that. You know what I'm saying? Why do you have to change the sound of the decisions that were made to get where you got? That's all I'm saying. I think it's because everybody wants a change. Like, nobody's ever satisfied, no matter how good something is. That's why you get bands like Pearl Jam wanting to redo 10 and, thought the mix was whatever they thought to want to do it again. It sounded amazing, but no one's ever satisfied with anything. And that's just the truth behind being an artist. You're never satisfied, no matter how good a mix is or how great a freaking album does for you. Like, you're never satisfied. It's just part of it. It doesn't make them bad people. It's just the truth. Just never satisfied is part of it, I think. I'll deal with that in a second. Just want to throw that 4KG on here. But yeah, try to work on being satisfied, man. It's such a hard, I think it's like you have to actively try to be satisfied to be satisfied. You have to actively tell yourself nothing's ever perfect. It can always be better. Then maybe you'll be satisfied. But if you like try to be like, it wasn't perfect, we should try to make it perfect. It's never going to be perfect. Ever, man. So I don't know. I feel strongly about it. But if you get an album that's freaking goes as big as Pearl Jam 10 goes, and then you still don't like the way it sounds or something, it's like, man, who doesn't like the way that sounds? It sounds amazing. Okay. Just had to get it in gear here. All right, I'm going to start working here. Let's crack a lackin'. Other huge giant tip. Do your best to pull everything down at least 10 dB before you start. Pull all your tracks down, your buses, your everything. Just get it all kind of sitting at least 10. Sometimes I go 15 dB below. That's what's up. Because you need headroom to start working. So what I like to do is set my levels based on, I pull everything down like 10 or 15 dB. Now I can bring the kick up to 0, but I don't want to bring anything over 0, so you have to bring stuff down before you start. There's going to be cymbals in this kick mic because it's not shoved into the hole of the kick. It's outside it. So we may want to gate a little bit on that kick mic, but I'm going to try to do without my gates at first. It's always what I do. What can we get going with no gates? Because it'll change the sound, and sometimes when you only have 4 mics, it's like they're all giving you a bit of a room sound. So as soon as you start getting rid of that, you kind of make everything worse. You got to get as much as you can out of these 4 drum mics is how I look at it.
From the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. Trying to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The nights in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
Just wanted to shout out AIM AI Energy. I think your birthday was a couple days ago. Happy birthday, man. Oh, happy birthday over there. Shout out.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. Trying to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The nights in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home, she calls it home, she calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, you're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center, feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house, now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home, 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 she calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made, I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder, the cutlery gets dirtier and older, the knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home, 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 she wasn't home. What he told my lady, what he told my lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home, she calls it home, she calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You Twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling the cutlery gets dirtier and home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
I like that. The key change is pretty interesting there. C major to E major. This one, it feels like it needs a little something. Just in the choruses on that falsetto thing. So my settings, when I dial this, if I do, I'll slow the retune speed down enough where I don't hear it working very fast, because then it'll sound a little more human. I usually turn on formant, and you don't usually have to mess with this depending, but flex tune will allow a little more of whatever is really happening to be heard, and the same thing with humanize, I think. So if I crank this up a bit and I crank flex tune up a bit, it usually keeps it natural. And if the tuning is kind of too hard, you might want to, if it's flattening it too much, you could turn that up, I think, but I don't usually mess with that. And this I put on low male. The way that this works is if you get choose the lowest thing usually, because it'll generally get everything above it also. But if you choose something too high and the note moves down into that lower register, it won't be in a position to recognize the lower stuff as well. It's definitely making it worse. I may want to do this. Danny Lyrica, what's poppin', man? How's it going? How's it going over there? Every time I read GDP's replies to the Nightbot, it makes me crack up. But uh, yeah, the auto tune interface has changed. The first tuning stuff I ever used was Melodyne, actually, before auto tune, and then um, I don't know, somewhere along the way, I felt like auto tune kind of accomplished the quick and easy, dirty, like just get her done thing better. And it also felt like the aggression you could get out of auto tune really quickly when you wanted to hear that sound was like very called for and popular. And like everyone wanted that, the robotic kind of sound. I hate it, that robot sound, but I felt like auto tune's the easiest way to get there. I used to use Waves Tune also, like everyone else. I had a period of time where I used like exclusively Waves plugins years ago, and Waves Tune LT, like the one that, like the basic version, very doable, and they all work pretty much the same way, honestly. So clearly, Melodyne's the most complex and complicated, and you could do the most with it. But auto tune's great. I sort of like the simplicity somewhat of this and how you can use auto like 95% or 90% of the time when when you don't care, but when you want to hear it, like if it's a harmony in the background enough, auto might be fine, but it didn't seem to be working as well as I wanted for this. So I may or may not wind up going in and moving this stuff around. I usually like the draw function and just kind of draw in what I want. But we'll see. Well, I don't like to use autotune. So when I get to dealing with that, I'll first just going to make the volume lower. I brought it up so much it started to get even more annoying. The pitch of that. What's going on, Danny? What's your take? Danny's asking, hey, Jaffe, or anyone else in the chat, what's your take on artists' auto tunes? Do you think it's a tool to cheat, or do you see it as a necessity? That's a good question. For me, it's definitely not a tool to cheat. It's just another tool like everything else. But there's always moments where you might want it for certain little things. I shouldn't say there's always moments. There's sometimes moments. We've done 12 songs on stream. I don't think I've used auto-tune on any of them until now. So that should show you I rarely use it. It's like anything else for me. I only use it if my ears start telling me something's wrong, something's up, something sounds weird to me, and I got to mess with it. And I have a filter that's been calibrated over years and years and years of what that means to me. And, I have a tolerance for real singing that a lot of people who grew up only listening to auto-tuned vocals might never actually have because they don't even understand it. They prefer that robot-y sound. Whereas when I hear that on pop records, I don't freaking like it. Like, I don't want to hear that. So it's off-putting to people who know what real singing is to hear that. But this is different. If you have something that's clearly, the pitch could have been better on the performance, and it's like it's not working artistically is the best way to say it, and it bugs you, then yeah, mess with it. But, don't just go into every situation thinking it needs to have perfect flat-lined pitch where it sounds like a robot. That's how I would look at it. Like, change the way you think about things. And then if it still bugs you, then mess with it. Because that's what happens with me. I love the way real singing sounds. Real singing is like bending notes on the guitar. It's in and it's out. It's not like the pitch is not there until it gets there. And the way a guy bends in and out of notes is what makes his sound. It's the same thing on a vocalist. And it's just when it sits in a place that winds up making me feel like something's up. I got to mess with it. But it's not always that way. It's rarely that way.
My lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady.
Also, think of it like EQ. If you boost something on an EQ 20 dB, it's going to sound bad on every frequency that you sweep through. They're all going to sound bad. But if you take a vocal and make it 20 dB too loud, it's going to sound bad even if the pitch is, really good most of the time and bad some of the time. It'll stand out and sound terrible all the time. So you really can't judge until everything's sitting where it's supposed to. And once you get that part figured out, pitch sometimes works itself out. If you can still hear it and it's very badly noticeable, you might have to tweak it further. But what I did was just import it on the graph so that I can manipulate the notes and move them maybe where I want to get it as natural as I might want. And I'll see if I need to mess with it. But when the volume's too loud, I'm too focused on it. So you got to take your focus off of it and zoom out. Like everything we do is all about, zooming out. You could be like, something's up with that, then try to deal with it, then lower it so you can zoom out mentally and go think about other things. And then when you get back, if it still keeps bothering you, you'll know it. Just try not to keep thinking about it, because as soon as you keep thinking about it, it will always bother you.
So badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. Remove your elbows from the table, my lady. What he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made at home. She calls it home. She calls 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't home.
I like that, GDP. Melodyne can really save a song when it's used to just fix something that's really off. For me, applying Melodyne note by note puts me into Hannibal Lecter mode. Yep. Yeah, if something's really off, it could definitely help. The graph mode on Auto-Tune is like a simplified version of all the things you can do on Melodyne. And you could do a lot on the graph mode, but you could definitely do a little more in Melodyne. Braxel saying, hello, test. Chrome was messing with my Neural DSP standalone, Braxel said. I am testing John Mayer new plugin. John Mayer has a plugin now? It was crackling and popping. I don't know. Is it like a guitar plugin? Like a sound thing? Like a amp models or something? I know he uses a Dumble with the Dead, doesn't he? Danny Lyrica, maybe I'll do the same. LOL. In my case, it just feels like an ongoing battle in my mind with myself. Somewhat of a self-sabotage scenario, I'm afraid of. For sure. Most of our problems in life are self-sabotage problems. Because when you think about it, even if somebody tries to sabotage you, it's up to you whether you let them. Whether you let it get to you is up to you.
Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing in.
The 58 and the Dine are close mics. So right up on the grill, like we're talking an inch or two from the grill, if that. And then the same on the back. Whereas these Blue and this Octava, this is the Octava MK219 and the Blue Bluebird getting a room sound. Because I don't usually put a condenser right up on the amp. So this was like 5-6 feet away facing the amp. And that's why these are a little more room in them. There's some air between the speaker. Compared to this is different. When you pan that left and this right, so I've got close mics pan left, room mics pan right, and they're different performances, which is why this works. This is not one performance. This is two different performances. If it was the same performance, it might still work, but it could also sound kind of that weird hollow seasick feel. I always prefer to track stuff with this in mind. It could be 6 mics. I know I'm going to pan them all together. It's one sound created from, it doesn't matter how many mics. You know, so when I split up the sound, it always sounds weird to me. Neural DSP released yesterday. Neural DSP released yesterday. John Mayer worked with them to make it. Yeah, Neural DSP new John Mayer plugin is cool. I'm going to check that out. It's very true, man. GDP speaking that wisdom over here, dropping that knowledge. I'm sure the outcome of that battle with yourself is going to lead to personal growth, for sure. That's the thing. You know, it's a battle with yourself. And if the wrong part of yourself wins, then it's worse than when the right part of yourself wins. That's the best I got right now.
follows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't home.
Just turned on all the vocal effects, and we're flying through because, you know, I like the idea of get as much done as you can, as quick as you can, and then tweak for the rest of the mix, essentially. But big, broad scope moves, we really kind of, this might have to be tweaked as we go, but we dealt with acoustic on the EQ front, pretty much everything on the 1081, which is why I like it so much. You have, with just that plugin, you have enough ability to still be kind of sculpting a little bit, but it's mostly colorful boosts, but you can absolutely take out with it and kind of get away with a lot before you ever have to go into the little nitty gritty stuff. It's, if you picture what that looks like on the curve, it's a big wide curve, and you have the ability to tighten it up with the high Q, but that's why it's my favorite EQ ever. You know, I'm an SSL fan, obviously, but there's just something about using 1081s where I would probably rather have a console full of 1081s because then you could track through them too, in addition to mix through them. I don't know. Just, I mean, you could track through SSL stuff also, I guess, but there's just something about how it's more limited that I actually like about the 1081 a lot. And as I go through, bass we haven't touched yet, but we pretty much EQ'd the overheads. I bring up the top on the overheads a lot, especially on these mics because they're very dark. This is two Octava MK219s on our overheads. Very dark overhead mics. So I always, when I know that I'm dealing with those, I bring up top end, like 15K. Sometimes I'll go on the G and I'll times it by 3 so that this band gets up to 21K, about a bing. Without that, you're sitting at 7K or you're sitting at your max boost of 16. So one of the best things about the G is this multiply by 3 button, 21K. And then if you make this as wide as it gets, you really get a kind of, you know, it might as well be a shelf at that point. And, you know, that's usually my move, because if you get super up top and it brings up those cymbals and the air in the track very gently in a way that's not harsh at all. But the thing with the 1081s it's really hard to make them sound harsh, which is what's so great. It's such a nice wide kind of boost that you could hit them with 15K on a boost and it might sound smoother than doing it even on a 4K G at 21K, or if you don't have the G, but you have your ability to go to wherever, like the E is probably close to 16 or something like that. But sometimes the 1081 is just a little smoother. And obviously, we're going to keep dialing as we go. I brought everything down a little bit more, 3.5 more dB from where it was when I brought everything down in the beginning of the song before I even started. And have we panned our overheads? We have, luckily. Some weird glitch in the system. Notice that? This has happened on another track before, too. It's like, why is it that it sticks at 99 until you go like this? It's like nothing's been automated. That's some weird bug. Some weird thing needs debugging, but whatever. It's only on the freaking overhead tracks too, so it must be user error. It's usually user error. I want to check out that John Mayer thing too. If it has anything to do with a Dumble, I'd be psyched to check it out. Because, imagine you just plug your guitar in, it sounds just like a Dumble. I've never experienced that from any kind of record my guitar totally clean and then I get this great sound in the box. Like, I want an amp. I always want an amp. And I'd rather have a tiny amp. Like, it doesn't need to be expensive. It could be a $50 amp, mic'd up, will sound better than a $50 plug-in that everyone has that sound, to me. Like, that's how I look at it. Granted, you need a mic, you need the cable, you need the ability to crank the thing probably till it sounds crazy, because the smaller the amp, usually the more you can crank it. Like the pig nose, that's just my example of this, is the old school like pig nose. There was a reissue of that, and it was a one volume knob amp. It had no tone or nothing controls on it. You would take that volume knob, which was shaped like a pig's nose, and you would turn it up all the way, and then you would get this amazing feedback. Like, picture Weezer, the Blue Album. Every time you would just hold a note, it would go forever and it would turn and morph into this crazy feedback sound. The best sounding distorted guitars I've ever recorded were through that, 100%. Batteries exploded in it because the thing only ran on batteries, and I gotta go at it with a wire brush or something, and it might come back to life. I'm not sure. But that thing was very unique and cool in terms of guitar sound. So huge. They sounded huge. You never would know. It came out of this little tiny practice amp that you could crank up. It never really got that loud. But when you would turn it to the top, it had something amazing that would happen with it. I used to put it on a guitar strap, and I could walk around Manhattan with it, on me. Just like a freaking bag. Because it had two guitar pegs on it, like you would hang a guitar, freaking guitar on your neck with a strap. This is just like that, but on both sides of the amp, so you could put another strap on it and rock it on one side of you and skateboard around like in the movie White Men Can't Jump, where the dude's playing that thing. He's a legendary dude, that guy. The guy, he's all, I don't know, hopefully he's still alive. The guy who travels up and down in California, and he plays guitar all the time. But yeah, little practice amp, so awesome. What do we got? Nightbot, are you human? No, it's we're growing the Nightbot in a lab. It's part plant, actually. So it's bioengineered. No, it's not at all. But I wrote the messages in, so I am essentially the dude who's operating Nightbot. I'm controlling his brain, like the freaking parasite thing that causes the grasshopper to jump in the lake. That's me. with Nightbot. Yeah. You seen that thing? It's like that crazy parasite that forces the grasshopper to like drown itself. Or maybe I'm off on that, but it's freaking nuts. It's Mayer's amps and speakers effects. They did it with Mayer himself. There's a video and all neural DS. Please, $200 plug-in. Put the brakes on. Not gonna happen. I'm sure the tone is cool, but I'd rather like get a worse tone and have it be totally mine and not able to be copied by anybody, and not have somebody just plug a direct guitar and have the same tone. But I'm old school, so I'd rather have a $50 amp and a 57 and go from there. I got really good guitar sounds. Like if you own an SM7, put that on the front of your guitar. Any mic will do, honestly. If you have a kick mic, let's say you're a drummer, you got kick, snare, and a couple, like, try your kick mic on it too. You get more low end than you probably would want or know what to do with, but it's pretty cool. I've used the D12 in front of that pig nose, sounded awesome. Because that D12 has a very interesting sound, so it's really cool to put in front of guitar amps. But an SM7 right on the grill would work well too, and I'm pretty sure that's how I got like the best guitar tones ever. I had the pig nose sitting on a table, but it would rattle the table a little bit, so then I went to the carpet with it, or you could put like rugs or like a carpet throw or something on top of the table and then put it on that. But the point is, I had a mic like this just right in front of it took up almost the whole grill, and it sounded amazing. That's how small the grill of this speaker was. The smaller amps have the best sounds. It's this crazy phenomenon. Use small amps to record, turn them up loud, and they never really get that loud, but they sound amazing. It's just something about an amp. Like, amps sound better when they're cranked up 7 and beyond. Tell me if you guys agree. That's why that Fender Twin I have that's so freaking loud, like, sounds pretty good, but I need to put one of those load box things on it that basically allows you to crank it and keep the volume down. It basically starves it for voltage or whatever to allow you to kind of do that. But because it's just way too many watts. Like, it's so freaking loud, that Fender Twin. You have to keep it between 1, and then if you cough on it and try to bring it up from 1 to 2, 1 and 1.25 is like the biggest volume jump in your entire life. It's just, the difference between 1 and 2 is insane on that amp. And it's beyond 2, it's like unlivable. You can't even stand near it. So maybe there's something wrong with it, but it's one of those, was a common problem, I think. It's great for a stadium if you want to turn you could turn it up to 10 in a stadium. It's just a twin reverb, but it's insane. It's a 70s twin reverb. Wouldn't surprise me if the wires were crossed, though, and that's why that happened. Danny Lyrica wrote, the only plugin I spent that kind of money on was Organ Tech 2. Organ Tech? What's that like? Organ Tech. It's a cool name. I'll give them that. Oh, and the Fab Filter Basic Bundle. C2, Q3, and R2. Yeah, Fab Filter stuff is cool. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I use it very sparingly. There was a time where Pro Q3 was on every mix I ever did, and I really rebelled against visual stuff as much as I possibly could. Like, I love to not know what it's doing, because I know, like, in other words, not see the curve. I don't want to see it. I don't even want to see the numbers on it, because what I find is when you're cranking a knob in hardware form, you don't really know where the knob is. Like, not only that, but a lot of knobs, you can take them off to clean them or whatever, to clean under it, and then you put the knob back on. Very often they don't go on right, like the same way that they came off. At least this is my experience with the old Neve stuff. So in other words, where that pointer is doesn't really mean anything if you didn't put the knob back the exact way it was supposed to be. So what will happen is, over time, unless you're super meticulous about where that freaking pointer thing is, you don't even care where it is, or it doesn't mean anything to you. You're just twisting and listening. It's actually better if it's not in the right place. Then you just twist, you listen, more highs, less highs, more lows. You're just twisting and listening. It's the best way to get actually into the brain of what you need to be doing. It's the opposite of visual completely. So the closest I can get to that is using something like this, or an API 550B, or even the SSL, thing, and just not really look at this. Just grab for colors, the colored knobs, red, green, blue, black, and just freaking twist. That's the closest I get to being able to do that. As soon as you pull up a freaking Pro Q3, it's all over. It's all over. So I'd hardly ever do. It's just puts you in the complete wrong, headspace of visualizing what you now need to do and not do. So it has its uses. I'm not saying it's totally useless. It's very useful for certain things. And I own a lot of the FabFilter plugins also. But the one that shows up on every mix is the Pro L2 at the, the end stage. As soon as I turn that on, at the very end of the mix, that's still a plugin that I've gotten a ton of use out of. And same thing with the Pro Q3. Sometimes the Pro MB, but I don't even think I own any other FabFilter plugins. Pro MB, Pro Q3, L2. And the de-esser, the Pro DS. That's it. Amps sound good when loud, I think, because that's when the tubes come into... Yeah, well, that's when the circuitry within the amp, whether it's tubes or not, is just like working its hardest, and that's why it sounds better, most likely. Absolutely with tubes, you got to turn them up to make it sound good, absolutely. But that Pig Nose was a solid state amp that had this constant feedback when you cranked it to 10. Without doing that, it didn't. It sounded like a completely different amp. So for a clean tone, I would turn the thing down. You don't need a distortion pedal. Clean tone, you just leave it kind of halfway, and it had this beautiful break up, cleanish tone. Wouldn't feedback at all. You would crank it to 10 when you wanted that distorted sound, and it was like the perfect distortion, and it just had this feedback. Absolute best guitar like I've ever had, by far. I might have to do a video on that just because it's so good, but I'll have to clean up the freaking contacts to make it usable. I might do that if you guys want me to do that. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you found a plugin you like, Braxel. That's awesome. I don't know. This plugin really sounds good, he said. Plugins can sound great. I feel that way about a lot of plugins, but I told you, there's just something about somebody else's sounds for me that I don't like. It's very similar to signature model guitars and stuff. Like, some people love signature model guitars, whereas I'm very well aware you're paying for the fact that it's a signature model more so than you're paying for, like, it's not a better guitar. It's a signature of somebody else. You're paying for the name. I kind of get repelled by stuff like that, But some people are like, it's an amazing sounding guitar. It might be, but there's something about that. It's like somebody else's tone. You're paying for his, sounds and his tones, and I'm not him, so I don't want his tones, no matter how good they are. But that's just me. I'd rather just get a worse tone, but have it be mine. I'd rather do that. And it doesn't have to be worse, but I'm just saying, if somebody was going to be like, oh, that tone's better than this one, well, that's his and this is mine. And I have my own tone, And the cool thing is, if you have a preamp, you can crank that preamp and turn the output down, and just a little bit of bark from that combined with an amp that's a little bit cleaner, and you're on your way to something really cool too. Like, it's not just amp. It's the amp and the mic you use, the distance between the mic and the amp, so the air in the room. It's also the room itself. Is there any reflections or anything? How high up was the mic off the ground? How low to the ground? plus the preamp sound, so all this stuff, any EQ you dialed in, if you have EQs, any compression you might have dialed in on the way in, there's so many things that might go into making your sound different if you experimented with it. And to me, that's I'm a guitarist. I'll never want someone's sound off a preset unless I'm in a hotel room somewhere, held up, trying to get something done, and I didn't have nothing to bring with me. That's like the only situation I could see myself wanting to use some tones that are box tones. Other than that, I'm gonna dial it in on whatever I have, because that's part of being a guitarist for life. First, mind you, the first thing I was in my life was a guitarist before I did anything else. So I'm very much opposed to plug in box tones. Very opposed. Opposite. He is very opposed. Yeah, too much control just gets me bored to the point of death. That's what GDP said. Talking to Niles. Well, let's see what's good here. Recorded music existed for a long time before notch filters and Pro Q. I keep having to remind myself that. Exactly. Yes. Honestly, I have the Fab Filter plugins for whenever I require a surgical approach to something. He wrote EI, but he meant IE, using thresholds on certain frequencies and etc. But for the most part, I use my DAW's built-in plugins. I like that, Danny. Always. That's what's up. I like what you just wrote there. It's like we need these tools in our toolbox, but that doesn't mean that we should call upon them all the time, especially the ones that put us in that weird headspace. Yeah, Braxel's saying you have control over all the knobs, mics on speakers, everything. You can shape your own tone. Yeah, maybe it's cool. Niles wrote, although I do feel like I'm using another man's curves when I use an SSL/API, etc. EQ. LOL makes me feel a bit dirty. I do feel like I'm using another man's curves. Another man's curves sounds crazy. When I use an SSL/API, etc. EQ. See, I don't ever feel like that. I just feel like we're mixing with Legos. I feel like we're on, I don't know. It feels like the perfect tool for the job every time I grab any of those. I mean that. It's like, I love SSLs. I really do. But a part of me does side with Glyn Johns when he goes, you need a freaking magnifying glass to see it. They're so complicated. Why are they so complicated? Like, his favorite console is a Helios. He obviously loves Neve stuff too. Being from over the pond and all, and it's Neve, let's face it. And, US Neve is API. So, I mean, I'm a big fan of API and Neve, and I love what they do. I'm also a fan of SSL. Don't get me wrong. I just, I find myself loving the set frequency choices. I just love working that way. It's so much more colorful. That's how I look at it. It's like so much more freaking colorful. So if you got tons of colors on everything, then maybe it's not necessary. But most of the stuff we get, especially today, is the opposite of colored. So I really like using colorful stuff that kind of gives you some sauce while you dial it in, rather than just, be super surgical with it.
Lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You Twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't.
GDP, how do we get that where you could just beam me the stuff you create so I can throw it up on the screen? He sent me this chat GPT photo of a guy mixing in a console, and on top of the console it says other man's curves. We're cooking over here. Right, Nightbot?
You're falling farther from the center.
I'm never going to forget that now. It's so funny. Other man's curves is going to be like an ongoing joke because it is pretty funny. I've got to give credit where credit is due there. To Niles Pichet, 1734. The joke of the day so far.
Damage to her soul, and now you want to know why she wants to go. What you told my lady. What you told.
Who asked that? Base direct. Danny's asking, yellow meter, is that gain reduction? If we're looking at on this plugin itself,
Damage to her soul.
yeah, it's on the slam setting. That's why I'm really slamming it. I'm pushing, it might not need as much, but when I see stuff like this, that huge poke, the crest factor on that, for the majority of the track, it's fine. Just this one spot is kind of bugging. But it's usually like a sign of other things, which is what made me do that. Sometimes also just by really slamming the direct and sending the same blend into the bus, but just take the direct and over compress it will allow me to turn that one up a lot more than I might otherwise be able to. And I get a very consistent sound. You've heard Warren and stuff, I'm sure, tell you that the low end on the direct is what he was told by somebody else when he was asking questions about how to get that bloomy, blossomy bass low end thing. They basically said use the direct for the low end, and you can make it very consistent. Use only the direct for the low end, use the amps for the rest of it, but not the low end. So I kind of take an approach that I did at the time. I didn't put it together, but when I heard that, I was like, I don't usually like to split up my bass into like one mic only is low end and then the others are mid-range and high end. I have done it, but I don't get as consistent of a result, I find, as when I just leave them up, like without changing the what frequencies I'm getting. However, I do like to slam the direct a lot to give me very consistent amount of low end, and then I might bring it up a substantial amount more than the other two tracks that are doing the amp sound. But you get your dynamics potentially from these amp sound ones, and you get this consistent, steady low end from the one that has no dynamic range because you slammed it so much. So, I mean, it's a similar concept It's just a different way to go about it than splitting up stuff and basically just giving us, let's say, 40 hertz to 200 hertz, and then the rest of the bass is on the amp sound. That's kind of the theory. It's like, instead of doing that, I just flatten the direct a lot, and then everything becomes the kind of this smushed same sound. But we'll see. I now that I've said that, I'll probably switch it up on this song and do the opposite of what I usually do. So we shall find out. And yeah, Danny, what you wrote about the Danny wrote, "You're right about the visual stuff. I found myself questioning my ears with my eyes. Not good." Exactly. So even something like that, where you could see that this thing is doing a lot of gain reduction, even something like that could steer you in the wrong direction potentially. In other words, all I'm doing is listening with my ears. I don't care what this looks like. I don't care how much yellow reduction I'm getting. Like, I don't care. I will look at VU meters to tell me things when I'm trying to fix something I'm hearing, but I never look at the VU to tell me what I'm hearing. I don't do that. And I think that's something you got to recalibrate the way you're thinking on, because it's destructive. Don't rely on VUs to tell you what you're hearing, but if you're hearing something, check the VU, and that should confirm or give you more detailed information on how to proceed next. Yes, we're definitely going to oh wow, it's like a perfect storm of Skynet at the moment. I was like, oh, perfect storm. I feel like every once in a blue moon, or in our case, every 2 hours, I guess, it might sync up like that. GDP, we'll figure that out, but they're on timers, obviously. We're doing a Discord. But right now, GDP knows like probably, 75 or 80% about how to rock on Discord, and I'm like 10 or 15% there. Slow learner. What can I tell you? I'm figuring it out. But yeah, I'm figuring it out.
From the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house.
Talk about some thump. It's like, who woke the thump? Who woke that thump? Come on, who woke the thump? I did.
From the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds the mess he made. I'll bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't
Say hello to my little string noise. It's like, you want some finger noise on your bass? Well, here it is. That's pretty much what this thing is.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I'll bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't home.
Thank you for your service, sir. Yes. Okay, we're in business. We are laughing and mixing and laughing and mixing. And we're answering questions. If you got questions, throw them in there. You got a like button, hit the like button. What else you got? If you got notification bells, turn those on. All right, so now that we come through, we're getting satisfied. It's a slow process of getting satisfied. However, we're only 2 hours in, so we are cooking indeed. I wonder if you can change the name of that Nightbot thing to like anything else. Can you make it like, the Sword of Perseus, or can you make it like NB? Like, can you make it freaking? Can you call it something else? Papaya? Like, can we call it anything we want? Question mark. Got to figure that out at some point. I'm on it. What else we got?
Elbows from the table.
Let me see if there's any tom fills that need to come out substantially more that I might want to dump onto these other tracks for toms, and then deal with those. So I'm going to be focusing on that a little bit. But, the cool thing is, if nothing, I haven't thought about that other vocal being crazy in a minute, which is kind of cool. This vocal needed some tuning. We slapped auto-tune on for the first time in 12 mixes on the stream, and let's see if we need one.
She wasn't home. 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 She wasn't home.
All right, we got to get some labels in here, and we don't need all of them, but we need some of them just so we can.
Wasn't home. Drift apart. The old man cries. Wasn't home. That's how you know she wasn't home.
Last chorus, and we'll call it number 8 because it feels like that's usually what happens on the last chorus. It's number 8. And the end. The other way I could deal with this, which I never do as of lately, but just because it's easier to go the other way with it and just start drawing. Always, if I select the track first, it's highlighted so I could flip through this thing much quicker. But if I could just do it by hand, like. It kind of naturally comes down on its own. Yeah, it feels too rushed. It's something about the way it goes naturally actually works better. It's kind of interesting. 1760. That'll do. End 2, Mark 2. So right here, 6-7. Uh-oh. And then 6-2. So that's enough. Let's move it so we don't ever have to say that again. 6-9. Better. Better. Okay. Now where's our front of this song?
Raise. The old man.
Do we want the finger swoosh?
Old.
I'm not sure we do want that finger swoosh.
Old.
So this is like roughly where the bass would be. 3-1. Where's that? 3-3. Yeah, this is plenty. Okay. We're gonna put it right before this fade.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad.
All right, I'm hearing a lot of that vocal effect. I got to deal with that.
I didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul. And now you, my lady, what he said. What he told my lady. What he told my ladies. And what he told my lady. What he told my lady. What he told my lady. What he said. What he told my lady. What he told my lady.
Verse 2.
Her heart, it's permanent damage to her soul. And now you wanna know why she wants to go. Lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it the remove.
Verse 3.
You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting and bad. We're all under the weather. But to the big house. The weather. Now feeling bad. We're all under the weather. Now.
Pre-chorus 3, I think. Is that where we were at? Yeah, pre-chorus 3.
Big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves. Cause you know it reminds us of our home.
So you want down arrow, like that's your friend. The down arrow is your total friend. So This is chorus 2, not 3. The down arrow is your friend on the keyboard. That thing is by far the best way to mark anything, because you could just listen to it and then hit the down arrow as soon as the part happens. So you're basically going to play drums, and on downbeat, you just down arrow.
House. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, cause you know it reminds us of our home.
And the down arrow will keep that mark exactly where it's supposed to be. Now, where's the next spot?
She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall.
I think it's pre-chorus 4. Okay. And then last chorus. Yep. Chorus 3, pre-chorus 2, chorus 1. Okay. Last chorus. And then somewhere in here, there's like a gap of stuff where the part changes. I might want to note that, but it might not be necessary. No, that's all going to be fine. There's an outro I could mark. Okay. That should be sufficient to get us through. We gotta, those markings are clutch. It's like organization. Every once in a while, you gotta organize stuff. Coming from a very disorganized person, that's how you know it's important. Water plug in, guys. If you have your waters, take a sip. It's like a workout when you're mixing. You could tell because so many mixers in such great shape, right? It's the opposite of true. All right. Here we go. Danny, I agree. There's definitely, the bots don't have a soul. That's very true, but that is so true. All right. Let us rock and roll here. So the reason I do that is so I can come in and start dealing with effects on these vocals. Now, we have a lot of effects queued up that we could use. These flavor ones, space flavor, tape flavor, are all tape echoes and different things like that. The Echo Boy inverse swing 16ths, these are like the weirder sounding things. So that's why they're slightly different color than these. The weirder sounding sends, returns rather. They're like dub, spring, galaxy tape echo. And this right here, this Studio One Classic Delay preset on there. Now, what I like to do with these is send differing levels into them. Now, we could do this several ways. The best way to send differing levels in, if you were going to do that, would be change the inputs so they're not all the same as the rest of the effects. These are all 99 to 100. So that means if I wanted to open up one of these and ride the level into whatever we got going here, it would be very hard to do without sending the same amount of level into all these other things, unless we change the input. Now, the reason I keep them the same sometimes is because if you didn't want to change the input, if you just want to change the output of the return, you could easily do that and pick a spot, any spot, just for the sake of testing. And let's say we wanted to bump the output on this word a substantial amount, and maybe we want to break it, so command click that, create another dot, drag it, and now it'll fade into the end of this word, and that end of this word will be bumped, and it will send it into this galaxy tape echo and also into the lil plate, which is after it, and then down the line into the compressor to duck it a bit. And then we have it panned in a crazy direction. So whatever happens with that effect moves. It's a moving effect. Let's hear what that sounds like.
It's old, my lady. Why it's old, my lady.
It's not really doing what I want it to do. Let's try this one. And let's also take this down all the way prior to that.
You said, why it's old, my lady. Why it's old, my lady.
Well, that's doing something now. Maybe too much.
Why it's old, my lady.
I don't want it to take effect till a little bit later because it's grabbing too many words. So this is why we get into that thing I like to do where I will use a flavor track of some kind. So like, let's just use this one since it's here. I'm going to duplicate this. And since there's nothing going on right here, I might grab this lady on this line.
My lady.
Just the lady part.
Lady.
We're going to throw lady down here so that we have to figure out where it's going to go in a second, but it's not really so important is where it's going in the beginning stages of when we do this. It's not really important. It will be important in a second, but at the moment it's not important. Now we could hit it with a black hole, like a really long, decaying reverb that's super out there. We could hit it with a delay of some kind. Like there's no one way to do this, but there's plenty of ways to do this. Now, we could pick one, anyone. Space delay. We'll try this one. Oh, we don't have that one. We don't have that one. We can't try that one. Let's try. What was the T-Rex one I do have? Tape echo.
Lady.
So this part is feedback. Like that's essentially what we're dealing with. This is just feedback. You could sync it to the BPM, but I don't find it's necessary. If you dial this part in, you don't need to sync it, and it sometimes is better that way. But in order to do that, you have to listen to it in context.
My lady. My lady.
So I hear like lady, lady, something like that might work.
Lady. Lady. Lady.
It's kind of trippy. Now, you see what I did there? I processed it, but I didn't grab enough. So if you grab more, it'll take up all the space. Let's see, that takes up the amount of space we're looking for. Whereas if I just grab a short amount, it can't process all of it. And you can't just drag it out afterwards in most cases. They'll cap you on where you can drag it, how much you could drag it.
It's old, my lady. It's old, my lady.
So that kind of thing.
Old, my lady.
Now, that is just fine. If you're not sure if you like something or not, just create another option, which we could do real quick because it's already saved in there. We pasted it once, so just paste it again. And now we might try to hit this with something else. Maybe we will flip to like Echo Boy instead and try another, H delay, something like that. Literally, it could be anything.
Lady. Lady.
Maybe we prefer that, and maybe we want both. And just, the best part about doing this is you have total control when it's an audio file that you don't have when it's a bus. We can lower it right here without flipping to a menu and going to volume automation and drawing. You can do so much right on the track. It's way quicker. So you build, in my opinion, in audio tracks, you build these flavors.
Oh, my lady.
Now, since that's such a long part, we could take the beginning of the next part and throw it over here. And now we're going to come in here and open up the reverse, which is your best friend. Reverse and audio suite are your best friends. Going to reverse that. We're coming in here. We're going to hit it with a long little plate of some kind. Let's little plate up. Reverb. One of these days I may actually use super plate. I just never do. I always say I'm gonna, and then I never do. Because little plate is it's just all of what you need, nothing you don't. Now I'm going to flip it back the other way again. Crank on the volume. See, that's the thing. Crank as much as you need. It's an audio track. Do with it as you please. And then make the fade as you please. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do so much. You got to get the timing right for it to be sweet. A lot of times it works better when you find the note. Like, you don't want the sh for she. You want the e. Like, she goes to she. So you want e. You want the note. Because that'll make, when you elongate it in a reverb, it's going to wind up at a note better than the sh, most likely. It'll just sound like wind noise, like it does. So now we got this other track anyway. This is Flavor Town also. Just paste it here. We're going to do a similar thing. You don't need to drag it out until you hit reverse first. Then we drag it. Then we will hit them with this deep cavern or pick another sound, any sound, outer space. Now we're going to hit them again going backwards the other way. Bring it up. Drag it out. Maybe put it down here because this thing's happening here. So I bumped this because I like that lady thing happening in all this space. It's like gives your ear something to listen to.
My lady.
That's sound design, folks. That's what we're dealing with over here. And this is the difference maker. Probably the thing you might not be doing in your mixes, but just a little bit of excitement between parts that have space. Sometimes space is good. Keep the space. Other times, Flavor City. It's actually probably better with just one of these. Let's try just this one. It's still very like windy, which is okay. I don't hate it. I want more of a note in it though. But what I really want is like maybe a delay of some kind instead. You know, let's duplicate this track. Get rid of one of them. Get rid of this one. Now I shouldn't need more than this many. Like 4 is usually the number, somewhere in that zone. CXQ5, the man. What's popping over there? That's awesome, man. You're visiting the fam. That's right. Hey, Sushi. Visiting my spouse's family, 10:30 a.m. here, so it's easy for a day owl like me. That's awesome, man. It's daytime. Talk about jet lag. You're in Vietnam. That's insane. Awesome. That's amazing. I'm just catching up here. Yep, risers, delay, echo things. Flanger is another great one. Also, the tremolator, like tremolo effects. All these things for this type of, like a delay backwards is cool too. Like the word, it's not always going to be predictable, but the better you get at it, the more it can be predictable. But sometimes with a delay, like you don't even want the word to be like, maybe you don't want she, you don't want that, but you just want like she calls it home, like just some weird sound. Like it doesn't have to be the word. It could be any word is my point. Like grab any piece of any word and it could wind up being very cool when you take it and you flip it. It'll turn, it's a pitch and now you're just changing it. It's like grabbing a piece of a guitar riff. It could be very cool, and then maybe we'll hit it with whatever's on this thing. Maybe we'll take it to 16th triplets. A lot more feedback. Way too much feedback. It's probably still going to be whack, but let's see what happens. Flipped it too many times. Let me see something. It's a very interesting. Now it's kind of cool. And sometimes if it just ends too abruptly, you could take it and just like splash the note out. So just grab like whatever the last end of it is and just hit it with some sort of reverb or something to just give it a nice pah. And then you could fade that out. And it could be much shorter. Now sounds like I might have grabbed the wrong one. I think we need this one. I'm being fought right now. It's fighting me. Which usually means you're forcing something. When things don't work easy, it could be because it's being forced. So I have to consider, why am I forcing it? And some of it is because I'm like trying to explain stuff while I go, but I'm going to abandon ship on that. I'm not going to keep that. Even this one just doesn't do anything for me. Just hitting undo enough times to get back to something I liked. Sometimes the piece you grab ain't the right piece to grab, Now we're getting somewhere.
She calls it home. 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 She calls it. She calls it home. She calls it. She calls. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your wrap. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk.
Gotta lower these tape things or you'll just never get any rest from that delay thing. The tape ones are the crazy ones. The rest of them are mostly reverbs and can kind of sit wherever. But those tape echo things go nuts on you, so be careful with that. Love some backwards reverbs, Danny. Absolutely. That's what's up. Yeah, CXQ5 is in Seattle. He's just visiting Vietnam. That's pretty cool.
Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable.
Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be good, but we got to try it. Just a little bit of let's throw Echo Boy on it. Go with the junior.
Bull. 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 From the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing on the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing.
See, I don't even want the whole word. I just want bull.
From the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You now. You twist your foot until your back's out.
Now, that's the same exact delay. It's not that that's bad. I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to mute it and put a different delay instead of an eighth. That's why I like tracks too. We got to move stuff around. Try quarter. Let's put it a quarter down here.
You twist your foot until your back's out. And if you really can now, you twist your foot until...
I don't love that. Let's try 16th note.
You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk.
I like it because it gets out of the way.
And if you really can now, you twist your foot.
A lot of times with delays, you need to cut off the first word, the first repeat, and then move it into position from there.
And now, you twist your foot. And now, you twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park where you really can now. twist your foot until you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. Really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out.
Sometimes right after it where you'd want the repeat, like now, or put it on the word exactly. On the now, this will just be under it.
Can now. You twist now. Can now. You twist your foot until you. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. If you really can now. You twist your foot.
I actually like it later better.
Really can now. You twist your foot until your back.
It's also like, even though that might be okay, I'm gonna switch it to what do you call it? Time. I want to slow it down a bit. It was okay. It just felt a little rushed.
You twist your foot until your back's.
It always feels so much better to me when I switch it to the time and then just move it.
Can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around.
And then it's all about getting the volume right. They're going to be too loud, and then you just tuck them in. And don't mess with the track volume if you can. Mess with the clip volume so the track volume can stay flat the whole time. You can't predict, all right, this one's got to be louder, this one's got to be lower, and then you automate it's better to just pull it up and down with the clip gain.
You really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, you're wasting time, your back's out.
Right here where I say out, I wish I could make a click sound, like that's kind of what we need. We need I know it kind of sounds funny, but that's just the idea I had just there. I'm just going to hit record, and it should grab it on this track, hopefully. Nothing else is armed, right? We don't want to record over anything. I think we're good. I think we should be good to go. Yep, good to go. All right, here we go. I'm going to record it. Let's hear it.
Back's out. You twist your foot until your back's out.
That sounded too much like a duck. Not it. Not the one. One more time.
You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk.
I had the best clicks and cracked backs right up until I had to do it.
You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk.
Let's hear it. We're going to shift this if we need to, obviously, because it doesn't matter what the sound effect was. We're just going to obviously destroy it.
Out. You out.
We got to put it on the flavor track, so. Check 2. 1, 2, 3, and check. That's 1, 2, 3, and check the 1, 2.
Until your back's out. You walk.
Let's hit it with the pitch shift. Vocal bender. Backwards reverbs are good too. The one from the original Starbucks. We need to hit this with a distortion. It sounds so funny to spend even a moment with a sound effect like this, but I'm crazy. I do crazy things.
Your back's out. You walk a line.
I don't know if it was what we were going for, but it might be close. What if I paste another one underneath it?
You walk.
Maybe. This is the unpitch shifted version.
Back's out.
can't figure out why it doesn't sound like a back crack or a messed up back, but maybe it's because it wasn't a back crack. But let's see.
Backs out, you walk a line. Backs out, you walk out.
I think the end of it is the most natural part of it.
Out, you walk a line around the out. Your backs out, you walk a line. Backs out, you walk.
We're going to keep that there. It's going to be this weird story that you guys know now. Sounds like a fart.
Until your backs out.
It does sound a little like a frog. It totally sounds froggy.
Until your backs out. You walk a line around the park.
It's definitely an itchy sound. Like it's making me want to itch now.
Out. Out.
It totally sounds like a frog. I don't know how we achieved that at all. Twist your foot until your frog's out.
Backs out. You walk your backs out. You walk.
All right, we're moving on.
Backs out. You walk.
Ribbit? It's like, why is there a ribbit?
Backs out. You walk a line around the park.
I'm not sure we achieved what we wanted. But it's close enough. It's sometimes you gotta laugh at yourself, you know? Sometimes you just gotta laugh.
Backs out. You walk a line around the park. Well, you're wasting time. You're under dark spell.
Where's that back crack plug-in? Who's got the back crack plug-in? That's what we need. See, I never look up sound effects. I just make them. Like it's easier to do that with like a car driving by, or like can you like if you hear a song that's it's like the song somebody was doing recently was talking about a motorcycle speeding by or whatever. I can make that like just with nothing pretty much. You just like all you need is like you need a sound that ramps up in pitch. You need to pan it from left to right. You know, so it goes. You know, like it's pretty easy to do, and then you just mess with the pitch till it sounds right. You know, that's actually relatively easy. Whereas when it's stuff like this, back cracks, that's a tough one. But like, you know, train conductor sounds or whatever, I've right on the mic before just did. Like, I grabbed my phone once and I spoke into it and I was like, please stand clear of the closing doors. And then ran it through, you know, a bunch of filters. Now we got a train conductor. I mean, it was simple to, stuff's easier than you think. I recommend always go for your own creation rather than finding it somewhere else, personally. I was mixing a song for a hip hop dude who one of the lines in there was like when your old man says open up the door, and then some expletives and stuff, but he was like talking about open up. So when he said that in the song, I was like, hey, open up, and I put that on the freaking track, and that's part of the ad libs. I was like, that would make so much sense, you know, just stuff like that. I find like I have so much fun doing stuff like that because it's obvious what should be done, and you're gonna look for a guy saying, hey, open up, or you might as well just turn your voice into Kermit the Frog and do it yourself. Like that's how I would do it. So, and like the knocking on the door, like, you know how easy it is to create that? It's like some sounds are just begging to be made themselves.
Backs out. Walk a line around the park. Well, you're wasting time. You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad. We're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now
You should break a popsicle stick. That's actually a really good idea. I like that. But then I'd have to get up and go find a pencil or a popsicle stick. I don't have no popsicle sticks just sitting on the desk. But I like that as a concept, like ingenuity. You want to make that sound, you break a stick. I like that. Now we're thinking. That's smart. I dig it. If this wasn't on the live stream, I would totally be breaking a stick on that thing. I hope you don't need the sound of a man dying. I don't think I do. I don't think I do just yet. Definitely sounds like a frog, 100%. Frog City in there.
You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're
We got to do something with dark spells. We almost don't need anything other than dark spells. Like when dark spells happens, we need like we need like that in the background with some freaking reverb. That's what I think we need. Let's find out. Let's find out.
You're wasting.
We don't want that well. We need, if we're going to use this, we got to speed her up. Speed her up.
You're wasting.
See, I like once it gets into it. Hold on.
You're wasting time, you're under. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells.
Like we need a wicked witch.
Dark spells.
We need a wicked witch right here. All right, it's time to bust out the wicked witch. Here we go. Hit record.
You're under dark spells.
Something like that. Hold on. Something like that. Let's fly her in. I don't know if that's what you guys were picturing when you thought of dark spells, but were you picturing a horse? Were you picturing a freaking horse? A horse making noises? We're having fun. We're having fun. Let's put some verb on it and make it all dark and sinister. Hold on. This can go places. Let's see. All right, that's pretty dark spell-like, and it was like 2 clicks away. So that's what I mean. Never doubt. Never doubt.
Dark spells, you're falling farther from the center.
Hold on. What's the right way to go? It's like more like we're under dark spells. I picture like Gollum and like the My Precious thing for some reason. It's like I'm like visual. Like what are we hearing? Tales from the Crypt. That's that's what I'm saying.
Under dark spells, you're falling farther from the center.
I don't know if that gives me the dark spell vibe. We may just need some windy whoosh whoosh. Some freaking windy whoosh whoosh. Not Wendy, but windy whoosh whoosh. Let's see. We might need... Ooh, I got an idea. I know how to make this dark, too. We're going to have to pitch shift it, but down. Way down. Let's go to Altar Boy. That ain't it. It ain't it. We're going to turn this around. I don't think I turned it around yet. We're going to turn this around. We might need some windy whoosh whoosh. You remember? She was in our class. Wendy whoosh whoosh. Let's see.
You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling.
Hold on. We need a real whoosh, and I'm not sure this is that whoosh.
Time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Spells, you're falling farther from the
I just don't want that to sound too like happy. It almost sounds happy rather than like yee. I can't get into the evil laugh mood. That's the problem. I don't. What's the evil laugh sound like? I'm losing it. What's the evil laugh sound like? Maybe like Thriller. That like. That guy. That was like a terrible impression of that, but you get me. I think you guys are picking up what I'm laying down.
You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Time you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from.
You know what would sound like a dark spell? If I took this whole line and I just flipped it backwards. It'll sound like that sounds like a spell a little bit.
Time you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center.
They'll be like, what is that crazy tongue in the background? It's just dark spells backwards.
Under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Time you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center.
Let's just hit it with a giant verb.
You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we say spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out.
Why is it hitting us with the triple? GDP, you gotta let me know later why you think it's doing that. It's supposed to be timed out with that. You are inspiring. Nightbot. Danny Lyrica. Singer is ad-libbing in tongues. What is going on in this record? There's a lot going on in this record, man.
Spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
All right. This is loud because there's like 5 of them. We don't need 5 of them. Do we even need this one? Yeah, so this is already there. So it looks like we don't need this. This was because I duplicated it and I didn't get rid of it. Stay clean. Stay clean, my friends. Stay clean. All right. Stay clean, stay organized. Stay clean, stay organized. GDP says, Danny Lyrica, I have an app that records my sleep talking. It's really wicked. Everybody should try it. That's insane. But what if, like, during your sleep, you're spouting like some crazy stuff that would change the course of the future if you heard it, but you're not meant to hear it because human beings were not meant to record their sleep patterns speech. So now it changes I don't know. It's a movie. We came up with a movie, guys. It's a decent script. Somebody call Quentin.
'Cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home.
I just had a weird thought. If I took this word and I flipped it backwards and I hit it with verb and then I flip it the other way, what does that sound like?
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
That doesn't really do a whole lot. I don't think this part needs much of this, if anything.
She calls it home. She calls
There's maybe some of that.
it home. She calls it. She calls it home. She calls it. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
Maybe that. Where's it? I can't tell if this is the spot for it or not.
She calls it home. Reminds us of our home. She calls it home. Of our home. She calls it home. Of our home. She calls it 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 home.
I want ooh ah ho, the whole ooh ah ho. I want all of that. I really want ooh oh. And then what did I hit it with? Was it this one? I think this one. Let's see. Hold on. No wait. I think did I do it? Yeah, maybe that's all I did. Hold on.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
It's kind of it.
She calls it. She calls it home.
Yeah, it was better before. I think it was better with just whatever that was.
Home.
wrestling with it. Sorry, wrestling.
She calls it home. 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 I try to home. Home. She calls it home. Calls it home. She 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 calls it home. I try to
See, all that, the way the band wraps up, I don't want anything over that part.
I try to
So I can really push those fills. If I do anything, it'll just be something super short, like 16th dotted. Just the tail of it. Let's see.
I try to clean the mess he made. I bring it I try I try I try to clean the mess he made. I try to clean the mess he made. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cried.
I love that idea, Danny. Record your own folly, create your own sample library of nonsense sounds that only you have, and then put them together in a sample pack of your crazy nonsense folly. Or don't do that. But either way, that's pretty cool. I do like that idea. Some folly. GDP was saying, just take it. Just take the mic and record the toilet flush. There's enough poops already out there in the music market. That's true. I agree with that. That is a pretty cool jam. I like this idea, guys. We may have to do that. Record your own. I have this weird idea for a bunch of sounds that nobody will probably ever use but me. So I may create those in a library. It's not sound effects like this per se. It's like one particular kind of thing that I mean, I just have to like show you. It's hard to explain it really, but I'm still swirling around with the idea like a toilet bowl swirls around. We may flush it, we may not. We will see.
Try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. Made.
See, I don't want to go too crazy. I don't think it needs it here.
I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man.
I may just take like a part, this section, this part thing, and maybe we'll do something weird with it, like maybe chord.
Part. Bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart.
You got to be careful with the cheese factor. Just watch out for the cheese.
In your net, so we'll never drift apart.
This might only be cool if we took another one and changed it to 16ths and then put it in so it's like kind of dances off each other. That might be cool. Let's try that.
Drift apart.
Bunch of seagulls. It reminds me of a bunch of seagulls at the beach.
Drift apart.
Not exactly what we're going for, that seagull vibe, but that would be a cool sound effect too. Just a bunch of, a bunch of seagulls talking over each other. Perfect. That's exactly what we're going for. Let's take a 30-second note. Slank it. That's its own terminology there. See, now we're getting into the new words, guys. I like how it just cut off. Happy accidents. That was interesting. It just cut off right on the downbeat. That was weird. And maybe cool. I haven't decided yet. It's interesting. Everything's interesting with this guy. He always says it's interesting. This is interesting. That is interesting. Everything is interesting. GDP. Check the air quality in here, will you? Something up. It must be a gas leak or something. I'm bugging out, but it's a good bugging out. It's not a bad bugging out, but it's hilarious up in here. I'll tell you that. It's hilarious. Can you check the air quality from over there in here? That'd be cool. I like how it cuts right off on that freaking. I think that's cool. That was a happy accident. Be alert, be aware, be listening for the accidents. That was an accident, and I just heard it. I was dragging this, and I cut it off right on the thing accidentally, and then I was like, that's got to happen.
I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She
Let's drop this home on him. Drop the home on him. Also, we could be grabbing from this other track, any of these other tracks. Like, this is a higher pitched home thing. Let's try that. What'll happen if we 64th it? Let's grab a guitar for this one. Let's grab a guitar. Grab a guitar, any 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 guitar. All right, we're going to come in here. We're going to do our best to flip backwards. We're going to take it and we're going to hit it with some juice. Juice that goose. All right, it's juiced. Now we flip it back the other way. And then we might want to hit this, since it's a guitar, any guitar. Pick a guitar, any guitar. What we might wind up doing is hitting it with a little bit of a delay, potentially. Let's hear it first without it, though. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. I don't know if we need all that guff. We might not need all the guff. Maybe we need a tremolator to kind of set us apart from the crowd right here. Effect. Tremolator. Pick a guitar, any guitar. GDP, you're not getting readings anymore? Oh man. We gotta put that Nest thing back up or whatever it is. Sorry, I'm not getting readings. CXQ5 the man. Tomorrow, GDP wrote, tomorrow I'm flying somewhere in the middle of nowhere with thousands of frogs all over the place. I'll create a sample pack. This week only Christmas sale. We're having our special on the Frog Bundle Pack. How many ribbits can you get? We've got ribbit. We've got the Puerto Rico frog. We have the bullfrog, the one you can lick and get a taste of your own trippy medicine. We've got all the frogs, spotted, slotted, screen-totted, and bro-crotted. We got what you need when it comes to frogs. Here at Custom Cut Studios, brought to you by GDP Japan. I don't know what this is doing. Is it even necessary? I don't know. We might have an EDM song on our hands. Somebody get Skrillex on the line. All right, it's not terrible. It's just too freaking fast. Slow down, you Santo Lapinte. Now we're bringing the Eric Valentine. Just drop everybody's name all at once. Perfect. That's I don't know what made me think that sounded Eric Valentine-esque, but it's just something about that. Maybe it's because Smash Mouth has a lot of like tremolo stuff going on. I wonder if I just slid it over a smidge, if it would sound more on time. Nope, sounds late now. Smidge the other way. Niles, that's hilarious. This man won't be content until every inch of his screen has a VST on it. Yo, Flavor Town, we both know. You know what Flavor Town's like? It's like a fashion show. You ever seen one of those things, like from the background, behind the scenes? You ever seen that? It's just, it's anarchy. It's just models just get to the back and then just throw stuff and then take their stuff, throw it off them, and just put. It's just this crazy. Now get out there, go walk. You change, put the shirt on. It's anarchy, and that's how this feels like to me. It's anarchy. It's just anarchism. And at the end of it, you still don't know if the model did a decent job walking or if they fell. And right now, we might be falling, we might be falling, we might be falling. Let's see. We might be falling, we might be falling, we might be falling. It's just the timing of this thing. It's like, I'm too much of a stickler for timing to accept this. It's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable. We've got to make this thing better than it is. I mean, if I flip it to the juice, what is that? I don't even get that. What is the point of that? Without that, let's... This might actually help, but it doesn't need the tremolo thing. And if it does, it just doesn't need all that depth. And if it does, then it just maybe needs to be a lot quicker. I just don't think it needs this tremolo thing. I think sometimes you force the guff and all you get is some tainted muff. I mean, let's face it. It's going to make the timing all wonk, especially it just changes too much. So it's like, that's acceptable because I noticed about halfway it started to lose its crazy feel and it started to get wank or wonk or however you want to say it. Depends on which side of the pond you're on. This is cool. GDP just dropped a quick tip. Frankly, sir, I don't see any screen at all. GDP dropped a good tip. Quick tip for Pro Tools users. When you open a plugin or Audio Suite window, there's a square on the top right. If it's red, the window will vanish when you open another one. Click it to keep it on top. This thing, if it's red, the window will vanish when you open another one. Click it to keep it on top. So if your screen gets too cluttered, press Command, Option, Control, and W all together. Command, Option, Control, W to hide all windows. Use the same shortcut again and they'll reappear. That's interesting. That's interesting. That is interesting. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't I want an again. Just ooh, that's all we need. Sing it again, will you? Ooh, one more time. Ooh, sounds rushed because it might not fit in the spot of the song this way. Like we might have to go. We might have to break the ooh. See, this is just my ear tells me the ooh, and then the ooh needs to be more ooh, a little more space between that. That's what. Let's hear it again. See, that's closer. It needs to be ooh instead of it's ooh. It's too quick, and the ooh and the wow. Doesn't need to be words. I think we all get what I'm laying down over here. Let's move that. That kind of does it. We could hit this with a little bit of juice in the goose, like that, and then maybe we goose this one a little too. Now let's hear it. Maybe just that. She I have a better shot just singing this again. Just like instead of sound effect, probably a better shot just going like this. Freaking in my headphones though. Turn quick punch on. Ooh, wow. A little falsetto. Let's see if that was good enough or not. Ooh, wow. Ooh, wow. Eh. Could have been terrible. I don't have any idea what that sounded like. I usually pull a headphone off so I can hear the room still. Also, I'll abandon this idea if it's awful in a second. I just gotta try it. Ooh, kind of does the trick. That's awesome, man. Your nephews just brought a guitar over from one of the neighbors. That's awesome, dude. Play that. Definitely play that. I like that. I like that. Do 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 do. I don't know if we want the same word to keep repeating on. Some awfulness. Where's our memory man? Which is the one I always use? This memory man's out of days. do the just do the ahs here. Do every other one. Let's go back to this jam. Gotta change it a little bit. Absolutely. 22, 292, 7. Get the she wasn't on repeat here. So we basically something like this. Let's get another sound on here.
She wasn't. She wasn't. She wasn't home. She
Never replace it with the grid. It might get you closer to start with, like find where it, and then grid line, make more grid lines, maybe eighths or quarters. It might get you closer, but I would recommend changing it to slip at some point and then just nudging in either direction so that you don't make it so locked that it gets kind of robotic sounding or predictable. Like, just it should be a little more unpredictable. So, in my opinion. All right, we're almost done, guys. 2 more lines. That's it. Right here. We're looking at it. Bloom, bloom. That's it. Bloom and bloom. This freaking thing is still early. These pretzels are making me thirsty. It's gonna be early forever. Finally, it's late at least. Just curious. Yet no? That makes sense. That makes sense. Somewhere here. Maybe here we'll do the uh-ohs. We're getting through, we're getting through, we're getting through. Back. Not enough of a dream sequence. We need that dream. Maybe that, and then we cut the front of it off, and then because we don't need that front of it with all that sound. Whoa. Another one of those. Whoa. Grab it from here. Bada bing. It's the one that says vid. That's how I know, because I just recorded it just now. I don't think this high voice needs to be here for this. We're going to have to pull a barbershop. Boom. You dare defy me? Why do I still hear it? That actually pisses me off with auto-tune sometimes. That's freaking in the auto-tune. That's what that is. That's auto-tune playing it even though I took it out completely. It's still there because we freaking recorded it into auto-tune. Maybe I could just correct the problem in auto-tune rather than like worry about it. Let's see. She wasn't high. It's tuning it so hard. I don't like how hard it's tuning a lot of this. She wasn't high. She wasn't high.
She wasn't home. 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 She wasn't home.
Problem solved.
She wasn't home.
It's just that freaking at the end bugged me. Okay. Groovy Tuesday. Tuesday in the grooves. Let's see. Where were we up here? Just want this note to kind of take us out, like live on. We need you to live on, note. Tell your story. Prosper. Yeah, prosper, note. Now, we may do this, we may not, but let's just see something. Maybe we'll just take this and dump it into Flavor Saver City. Shigyono! Toe Man! What's poppin', Toe Man? How we doing over there, man? Welcome to Flavorland. It's a good way to put it, GDP. We are 4 hours in. Quick recap on the slap. Every hour on the hour, doing a recap or when I can remember it. We also have... What have we done? We've dialed a bunch of stuff. Drums, bass, guitars, vocals. We then went to Flavor City, stopped by, visited, checked our coats at the door. Plenty of crazy effects going on now. Maybe too many. At the moment, I'm grabbing a guitar lick, throwing it into Flavor Town, which doesn't happen that often, but sometimes it's got to. And just kind of embellishing on the guitar thing. Then we're about to hit up VCA automation and then mix bus. So we're cooking. We are cooking. We are indeed cooking. We got a lot of crazy stuff going down at the moment. You're absolutely right, too, man. She was not home. Indeed, she wasn't home. Welcome to Flavorland. Thanks for tuning in. That's the best way you could ever put it. I agree. It's what it is. Shigeono. Greetings. Shigeono says, greetings all. Hope you all have a good one. That's what's up, man. It's nice to see you, Shigeono. GDP's been up for like 85 hours straight. It totally getting into zombie territory for show. 100% for shows. For show. And I can imagine. I'm still surfing on my... You're surfing. We got Skynet in the building. Sorry, I meant surfacing. You meant surfacing. What time is it in Africa right now? And is it raining? I guess it rains down in Africa. Well, I guess it rains down in Africa. I don't surf. Don't feel like being shark bait. Tell me about it. I feel like that'd be a bad idea. I like the idea of surfing, but the places where the best surfing have like the craziest sharks, typically. Am I wrong on that? I feel like I'm right on that. Bodie says a 40-year storm is coming. Have you received the best mod on YouTube this year yet, GDP? He needs the best mod award 1,000%. GDP. Everyone knows you're not a bot, GDP. I like how we went the other way with him. Now we're telling him you are a bot. There's only one bot here, and it's keeping us. It's doing our dishes for us. It's doing well, actually. It's not censoring nobody. It's playing nice. It's doing fairly well. Maybe just that. I love that. Just want a little of that, potentially. We may not want it at all, but we shall see. We shall see, we shall see, we shall see, what? What shall see, what shall see, what shall see, what? We shall see, we shall see, we shall really, really. This is going to be a tricky one. If it's not dead on where that note is, which is starts roughly here. It's gonna make that sound worse. Nope, doesn't actually help, I don't think here. I mean, it's creating a little background thing, but I wouldn't call it helping. I might call it hurting. Maybe I'll just grab the acoustic again and do the same thing I did before. Something like it anyway. Just to end the tune, let's hear if we got it. Yeah, I think we're in the weeds. I don't think we need any of this stuff, but let's see. Kind of like it dry, to be honest with you. All right. So let's keep that dry thing at the end. Now, moving on. Moving to the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. Moving to the country, gonna eat me a lot of peaches. The peaches are gone from again. Okay.
Told my lady what it's told my lady.
Toto left the room. Do you have a dog named Toto living in Africa? That would be amazing if that were the case.
Told my lady what it told my lady. What it told my lady. What he said. What it told my lady.
GDP wrote, basically the other bot spams 3 messages at the same time. It's not supposed to. It was supposed to be like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour. So it would stagger them, but it seems to have funneled them all down to one path or something. I'm not quite sure why it's doing that, but we will figure that out. Yeah, speaking of peace, if you could snap your fingers and just get rid of one DAW, which one would it be? Which one would it be? If you had to have a DAW battle, DAW versus DAW, oh man, they should make a Street Fighter 4, all the DAWs. I think we all know Street Fighter 2 is where it was at, and then that was it. Was there even a Street Fighter 1? Why did they call it Street Fighter 2? But clearly that was the good one. It was like the one. I mean, right? Was there ever a Street Fighter 1? I don't know. Tell me the answer to that. I'm kind of curious.
What it told my lady. What it told my lady. What he said. What it told my lady. What it told my lady. You wanted my lady.
One day I'm gonna figure out how this freaking thing works.
Lady, 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 lady.
What do you know? 2 sections it must have. Well, then 2 sections you shall get, my friend.
My lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart. Lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart. Lady, he wanted so badly just to keep.
It's such a weird delay. I'm sure it's my fault. Like, I picked it, but still.
Lady, 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 lady. My lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her. Lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart. Oh, my lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. My lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady? What? Go. Go. What you told my lady?
I'm just going to ixnay on that because I'm just annoyed with how I have to copy things twice. And there's not a freaking way to change it. Come on!
What? Oh. What? Whoa, what? What?
Little chipmunks?
What you told my lady? What you told my lady? What you told my lady? What you told my lady?
This ain't it.
What you told my lady? What you told my lady? What you told my lady? What you
It's actually kind of cool in the background there.
told my lady? What you told my lady? What you said to go? What you told my lady? What you told my lady? What you said? What you told my lady? What you told? What you told my lady? What you said? What you told my lady? What you told my lady?
This reminds me of that. You ever seen that chip? What is it? Is it chip? It's like a thumbnail on not a thumbnail. What am I talking about? English, please. The freaking short where it's like that dorky guy in the office, and then he's like, "Do it, lady." That's what this reminds me of. The "Do It Lady." What is it? Who is that guy? Is it Chip? I think it's Chip. It's hilarious. Good morning, chipmunks. That's exactly right. We've had chipmunks. We've had frogs on this one. We had frog noises.
Oh, my lady, he wanted so badly just to keep us apart. And lady, what you told my lady? calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. Your back's out. Your back's out. You walk a
That's our frog / back crack sound.
your back's out. You walk a line until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. Until your back's out. You walk
Which one of these is more back cracky?
back's out. Out. Out.
That's more frog-like for sure, that one.
Back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how he acts out. Now we save a little bit for.
You guys are funny. I'm just reading the chat, cracking up. I like the humor. Everyone's humorous, man. Musicians and comedians are one and the same breed of people. GDP's like, so you want to be friends with my mate?
He wouldn't raise his baby.
All right, let's groove into some automation of sorts. There's a fill or two that are big that I might want to dump onto another track, but we shall see if we need to.
She calls it home.
Honestly, the dude plays the drums so well, I don't ever find the need to dump his stuff onto trigger tracks.
She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake.
It's so funny. It has the appearance of this actually doing something, but it's 40 dB down compared to the source, which is at -5. So we're talking about a 35 decibel difference. You can barely hear that, if anything. But I guess my brain's tricked because it's on into thinking it's doing something. So it's on.
It's on, my lady, what he said. What it's on, my lady. What it's on, my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. What you said. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how he acts out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it trying to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older.
So funny. I went through so much of this mix after I explained something, not flipping this back to separate it. So it was taking one of the mics left and one of the mics right. And I kept thinking, why can't I hear the guitar in this center track as much as I want? Well, that's a pretty good question. Could it be because I had the freaking thing pan the wrong one? Yes, yes. See, I had this one left and this one, where was it? Right. As an experiment to explain early on what hollow sound sounds like. And then I never flipped it back. So I got myself into trouble there. Now we're back to normal, though. We are back to normal. We are back to normal. All right. We got audio guy in the house or not. Or is it just talk of audio guy? It's talk of Toe Man's best friend, audio guy. Someone say Cube Tech. Remove your elbows from the table. Remove your elbows from the table. All right. This track, it's like what to do with it. Let's center it because it's the main guitar. Then we've got this other one. And when this thing shows up, maybe when it shows up, I pan the other one, but I don't think I want them all in the center, like both of these two in the center. It's two different guitars. I don't think I want that. The rest of the chorus comes in. We got width. We got left, left, right, 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 left, left. But these four, all center, or like I was thinking 25 one way, 25 the other. Kind of like basically center, but not.
What he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said.
What I may do is take this, we'll keep our acoustic in the center, so there'll be something in the center at all times. We'll move this a little bit left, like 25, 25. We'll move this one instead of center, 25 right, 25, 25. So that's all. These are two. This is one performance. This is one performance. This is obviously another performance. So you got three performances here. Acoustic performed, this guitar one, and then guitar two. So we've got a 25-25 split on guitar one, or at least we should have. Why don't we? Let's go 25. Come on. Slipping and sliding. All right. 25-25. 25-25.
What he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told.
It's interesting. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
What he told my lady, he wanted so bad.
Like that part's clearly balanced to the left. Like it's leaning left because there's nothing on the right to compensate for the fact that this guitar is on the left. So we could handle this so many ways. We could pan, automate the panning. First, let's group it. We already did. GT1 should be this one. So yeah, okay. And then when this part is alone, I could put it in the center.
He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't he wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her
And then when this happens, we'll just take it back to where it was, 25.
Go. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. What you said. Go. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. What he said. The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies, and what he told my lady. Lady, what he told my lady. What he told my lady. What he said. What he told my lady. What he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't.
Then if you do that, it's just important to note there's not a lot of other things in this song. We have drums, we've got vocals, we've got bass, and we've got these guitars. That's it. Something needs to be wider because it just doesn't take up enough of the frequency spectrum on the outsides. So maybe at least 50 instead of this, kind of 25 thing. Like there's no benefit to that because nothing is then in the outsides, which will make the chorus feel wider. But I think we could get away with a little bit more, like 50% instead of 25. Let's see.
His babies, and what he told my lady. What he told my lady. What he told my lady. What he said. What he told my lady. What he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart.
Now I'm going to use these points that I've created to sort of jabba. I'll come in here and I could manipulate this stuff a little easier. Nope, not like that. Let's go and bring it to the 50 zone.
What you told my lady. What you told my.
Why are we on grid mode? I was like, why is this thing fighting me? And it's because we were on grid mode.
Told my lady.
Now, when it gets here, it can tighten up because something else takes the place of it. So it's okay for it to then actually get narrower because we've got chorus guitars filling out the width right here.
She calls it home.
That lady's no joke, huh? Get a little less lady by the fade there. Fade her in, fade her out.
She calls it home. She calls it home.
Toe Man, you're correct. A little pistachio in the center never hurt nobody. Absolutely true. Jabba me interested, Jafe. Or a Jaffe, but Jaffe spelled with one E sounds like Jafe to me. Here we go.
She calls it home. She calls it home.
All right, so 0.7, 0.9. That gets us there. Okay. I'll take it. Come on. Come on. Okay. 50. Boom.
And bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over. It's on my lady.
Did I do the wrong part? I did, didn't I? Okay. We want 9, 10. The pre-chorus has got to be the thing that moves. All right, piece of cake.
Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. Try to clean the mess I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries. The old man drift apart.
I think anything that dies right there could be okay. Like a delay. It could be anything. Just like this. Like anything. I think we tried a couple of things, to be honest. And just this thing worked the best. But like, what is this? As long as it stops dead on the line, we'll be okay. I just like how the snare comes in and it's like, shut up! Schlap!
Never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. In your net, so we'll never drift apart.
This is not moving interesting enough for me. Let's make this move different. Pan Man. Pan Man! Coming to your hometown, gonna let the pan and a red and a pan and a pan, a man, a Pan Man.
In your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older.
If anyone hasn't seen the movie Blank Man, Blank Man's a good one. You got to see Blank Man. Keenan and Damon, Ivory Wayans, Blank Man.
Never drift apart. The old will never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder.
I think Quick Punch can be on GDP. It's just I forget, when we want to loop something, Quick Punch causes problems. But other than that, Quick Punch is our friend. But good call. That's a good call right there. Reminding me that Quick Punch is on. I appreciate that. Yep. Good call. Keep Quick Punch on. And I like to keep the mic track enabled because then it mutes everything when I hit play. That's the only way that I can really use my speakers.
We'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home.
I even hear that tremolo, that wah, 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 that thing.
We'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't.
Let's just see what's going on here, potentially. Maybe I'm considering doing a rack floor deal.
It gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home.
It would just be this.
Wasn't home.
It's really just this. It's like it sounds like he's playing the floor and the rack at the same time. That's what it kind of sounds like. So let's just assume that that might be the case. Just get rid of everything else. Let's take our tom tracks. Let's pan our rack over about 57 is fine. 57 the other way for the floor. The triggers are armed and dangerous. We've got some 12-inch tom here. And we've got some 16 here. Okay, we're armed and dangerous. I actually want to change this because I know what kit this was, and I know that the floor definitely had 14s on it. So it'll sound a little closer. You don't have to really be meticulous about using the sample that's the same size as the drum you're on there, but I'm gonna. Because I actually like the sound of smaller toms anyway. Like they're all, they cut through a bit better. You would think that the lower, like that the bigger the tom gets, the more you can hear it, but it's actually the opposite. You know, the low end gets kind of eaten up. So a tom that goes from being clearly audible at like boom, boom, gets, when the bigger the tom now, the lower it gets. And now all of a sudden you don't get boom, you get boom, boom, boom. But the volume is so much quieter. So it's just the perceived level of what you can hear, the lower it gets lower and lower. So that's why I actually like smaller toms. They cut. So this is a snare. But it almost sounds like it might be a snare. There could be a tom in there. There's clearly a tom here for sure, but... And this is clearly the crash. So we can actually roll off if we wanted. Like something we've done in the past. We'll just roll a bunch of top end off, Tom Lord Algae style. Come on, stay there. EQ one band. Filter. Just trying to preserve some of the ring of top, if there's any here. It's kind of enough space between, so it's not necessary. It's not necessary necessarily, but it's let's slap a limiter on here so we can really hear it. Or let's send it to the parallel. Let's slap like an L1 on it just to really punch it. I will often use the Alicia just for the freaking soft clip. It's so good. There's a couple of different soft clippers that are cool. The Alicia is great, but it's just, if you have that as a compressor, it's an extra bonus feature. That's the Alpha comp. Thank you, GDP. We got She Wasn't Home Indeed. Now what I'm trying to do is find the fills, dump them on these other tracks. So as I listen, I'm just honing into fills. The end of the song has the most fills, as roller coasters have a tendency to build up the most at the end. So we got like something going on here. A lot of these fills have no toms in them though. Toe Man's like, what, was she shopping? Dude, that's hilarious. All right, we got our tom fill there. Just want to make sure there wasn't one. I like these because we can kind of paint them in a way. Like, what is this? Like, that's the freaking snare. But this right here, it's like one of these is a rack and one of these is a floor. And that's probably the kick in the background there, that little guy. So you got to kind of be a drummer to figure this stuff out. But we come in here, we go like this, you go like this. And to figure it out for sure, you solo the overheads. Sounds like it might be 2 on the rack and 1 on the floor, but I freaking like the floor, so I don't know if I want to do that. I might do it the other way. Let's see. See, I'm just listening to the pitches of the drums. That'll tell you what drum it is. It's higher pitch, do. That's the lower floor, and there's only one of the lower, I think. Snare, snare. There's a kick in between there, but we don't have to worry about the kicks. See, where's that kick? Yeah, no, there ain't no kick in there. That does feel right. It sounds better this way, I think. Let's hear it. That's 2 on the rack as opposed to this way. It's got to be 2 on the rack. Which doesn't sound as good this way. Let's get some context. If you're ever unsure, context is your friend. do kind of like it better, I think, with the freaking 2 floors. Let's flip it the other way. My favorite floor? It's a good question. My favorite floor. If we're talking about floor tom sizes, it's be 14. If we're talking about just floors in general, it would probably be bamboo. Yeah, no, some kind of hardwood, some kind of freaking, like what's your favorite guitar wood, right? It would be rosewood back and sides for me, maple top, rosewood back and sides. Definitely doesn't sound as good with the floor tom there. It's unfortunate because I like the floor tom so much more. It's like I want the freaking floor tom, you know? But I do think it's do blon clack. It's definitely do blon clack. So this should suffice. Let's go to any other spots potentially. We did this. It's got to be one. What is this? What's going on here? There's definitely toms here. Right there. We got to bring that out. You could also look at the snare track to be like, okay, so you see this hit right here? If there's a hit on the snare, like if you're curious what this is it a tom or a snare? Well, does your snare have a pop right there? If it doesn't, then that ain't snare, because that'll be a good cue. If your kicker doesn't have one either, then that's definitely Tom City. Whereas this spot right here, when I look, you see a snare right there. So we know that that's snare, but what we don't know is that a snare and a floor tom together, because that's a very common drummer move, is the plop, the snare and the floor tom clack together, or a flam on it. But that's a popular move, so you got to watch out for that. In this case, it might even be the rack, because it does sound like it goes from higher to lower. I'll bet you money this isn't this way. He's not hitting this rack and his floor at the same time. So it's probably this. And then whatever happens here is anybody's freaking guess. Let's see. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Well, we look up here, we see snare. We're using all our cues, so that's probably a snare right in the front. So what we're going to do is go after the snare. I don't know if there, it sounds like there's like a roll in there, which makes this difficult, but let's say it's somewhere after that snare hit that the rest of the show starts. Well, where's the next part? And like we almost have to figure it out. That's why this isn't fun. I don't envy doing this, but at the same time, it can help. If you only have 4 mics on drums and 2 of them are overheads, this can help. No, that's worse. We're going to assume that's a snare, because the only reason it's giant is because I boosted it. And there's a snare on that beat. See, those are kicks. He's not likely to play the kick and the floor tom at the same time. That feels better. It's definitely a flam. It might just be on the snare, that flam. That's a tough call. That's a tough call. It reminds me why I hate doing this. Because I don't want to necessarily change the fill at all because I got it wrong on what he played. And sometimes the easier stuff is the hardest to get right, which sounds crazy, but it's true. It's like anything else. If you ever played a simple guitar part and it took you freaking a long time to nail it, and then the complicated stuff, it's like one take. I don't know why it is that way, but a lot of people have that issue. It reminds me of that. Like trying to figure out what he played on this relatively simple fill is actually harder than some of the more complicated fills. I don't hate that. I actually kind of like the way it bounces around. And this isn't going to trigger anything on the trigger track, hopefully. Let's see. We don't want it to be. Why is this thing so tiny? What's up with that? Let's see something here. That's right before the last chorus. Let's abandon that for the moment. Let's see if there's any others.
All under the weather. Now it's over to home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the.
I like that there's no toms in that.
She calls it home.
All right, this will be an easy one.
She calls it home.
Do. 2 snares, 2 racks, 2 floors. That's what I hear. So we're going to do that. 2 racks, 2 floors.
Remove your elbows from the
I'm with that.
Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around. My lady, my lady. She calls it home. She
Sabrina Carpenter on this. That would be nice. I think that would be nice indeed.
my lady. What it's on, my lady. What it's on, my lady. What he said. What it's on, my lady. What it's on, my lady. He wanted
She could definitely sing. Let's be honest. The girl can sing. What are your thoughts?
so where she wants to go. What it's on, my lady. What it's on, my lady. What you said. What it's on, my lady. What it's on, my lady. My lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how he acts out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
George Clooney as old man crying on her shoulder. Ryan Gosling as Studer. You're casting your own movie over here? Toe Man? I like that. I like that. You ever see the movie Men Who Stare at Goats? That's a great one. A bunch of those like Coen brothers and I think that's Coen brothers were really good. Burn After Reading was another great one. Cast John Malkovich as Auto Align 2. That would be where it's at. People would be like, it's not always a good idea to use it. He'll be like, it's a perfect idea to use it. It's exactly correct. It is. I know you sound exactly like this.
You told my lady what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how he acts out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know.
Dumping things into VCAs while I listen and just make sure I don't miss any fills. I think I got them all. Peoples. I think I got some all. We're booking through. The Rock as elbows. You are on one, dude. You are on one, bro. What do we need? All the guitars at once. Guitar City. Let's do acoustics and all the electrics, all under guitar VCA. Let's do all the vocals. We'll leave out Flavor Town for the moment. Just these three vocals. So, un, dos, tres. Voc VCA. I'll change the name from Lead Voc VCA to just Voc VCA because that's all we got. And then over here, Flavor Town. Flav VCA. And we're going to have a none. I like a good solid none VCA. Ain't no percussion. None. Flav VCA, Volk VCA. Okay. Now we're cooking. We're cooking with candle grease. Or however they say that. Thank you, GDP. I appreciate the support and the love and the things. I appreciate that. Everybody, GDP's the man. He's over there in Japan. He's keeping us afloat. The dude's been on no sleep. I'm trying to get this thing done and cooked solid so the dude can go to sleep. And we're rocking and rolling.
So badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told.
I noticed my master is a little creeping hot, so I'm just gonna lower it over here. And the reason I do it over here is because now I'm in the VCAs. Once I'm in the VCAs, I lower everything if I need to on the master. Prior to then, I lower it on the tracks themselves in a bus called, a group called Stuff, which is usually all of the effects combined with the tracks, combined with, for drums, for example, I might leave out parallels. For bass, I might leave these three out so it sends the same amount of signal in here, just lower it from here. Like the bass buses are getting the signal after this level. So my Stuff bus is basically how do I bring things down without changing the sound into different compressors and things like that. So that's why I might leave out these of the Stuff bus. But the Stuff bus is just all the stuff that I bring down every track to gain headroom back. But once you're in VCAs, your volume of your VCAs would be -2 or 3 or 4, whatever you bring down everything if I were to do it from the Stuff bus now. So that's why I don't do it there. I do it from here because I want these at 0 when I start automation, which to me gives me way more than enough headroom on the way up. And I always know when I let go, the fader should go back to 0. And it just gives me a ballpark of how much I've boosted anything. Whereas if I always have to keep track of like -5, -6, -7, where did I start? Like, where was the starting point? It makes it more difficult to do a lot of songs. So you try to hone your workflow as best you can so you don't have to remember that many things, especially like where you're starting the automation. The mix should sound great with all these VCAs at 0. That's the way I look at it.
So badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how he acts out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I'll bring you to the sun. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She was. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't She wasn't She wasn't She wasn't The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't She wasn't
All right. Here we go over to the automation sector. We are in that zone. Time to automate. Let's rock and roll.
The old man. The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady.
I might actually take this out to the right and this one to the left. Let's hear that.
Told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady.
No, I don't like it because one's a low and one's a high voice, so it doesn't work for me really.
And what it told my lady, what it told my lady, what it told my lady, what he said, what is, and what it told my lady, what it told my lady, what it told my lady, what he said, what it told my lady, what it told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. Didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. Calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't home.
Alex Christoph, that's a good question, man. That's a good question. I don't know. I hope you like them with that thought, of like, how do you write lyrics like this? Well, I have my own interpretation of lyrics, right? For some reason, for me, the sound of the words is so much more critical than the actual meaning behind the words. In other words, there's always meaning behind everything. You can interpret words to mean whatever really you want. It doesn't have to be so direct and specific. So I always loved the lyricists that lived more in that like abstract sense of the meanings of words. And Stone Temple Pilots, Scott Weiland's lyrics are so memorable, and everyone interprets something different when they read his lyrics. It's not cut and dry. And there's a lot of lyricists that do that I really like. For me, this happens all the way up through till today also. When I hear a song that has a really great melody, like, I'll give you an example, that the girl from the UK with the ring. I would like a ring, I would like a ring, I would like a diamond ring on my ring finger. I would like a ring, it's only diamond. That song is so catchy and so good. And the thing about it is, the first many times I heard it, I had no idea really what she was saying. I just loved the melody. And once I realized what the lyrics were, like, it doesn't even matter. Like, I don't sing songs because I like, because the lyrics like make me feel something. It's all about melody for me. Melody is everything. So I kind of take that into the own process of lyric writing, where it's like the melody can elicit emotions in so many different ways. And as long as the words don't make it too specific towards one specific thing, then anyone can apply their own interpretation. So Like the last thing I want is a diamond ring on my wedding finger, a big and shiny diamond to wave around and talk about it. That's the last thing I want in my life. However, I feel like it's a very catchy song, and if it came on the radio, I'd listen to it because it's a good song. The girl has a great voice. The melody is so strong. Like I don't care what it's about. It doesn't. It never really mattered for me. So I make up words that don't make sense to songs because I hear what they're saying as something different. Like I was never somebody who could pick out the words people were saying exactly. I would make up words that it sounded like to me, and I'd be wrong most of the time, but making up the words like is actually, it seems more true to me than actually like what are they really saying and figuring it out. So plenty of songs I just didn't figure it out, but yet I sung along with them all the freaking time and created my own word and made the thing mean whatever I wanted it to mean. So I kind of like that. You know, like when Quentin Tarantino writes his scripts, he doesn't like to tell you what's in the freaking case. You know, he'll do that. He doesn't tell you what's on Aldo's neck. Why is he scarred? You know, why does Brad Pitt have that scar on his neck? It's up to you to come up with your own interpretation. And I like that. I like art that leaves room for people to come up with their own interpretation. That's the truth. So I always kind of took that approach to lyric writing. And that said, there's always some weird meaning to me of all this stuff, but I almost feel like that meaning is so not important. You know, like the words and phrases come together for a reason because it means something to me. But it reminds me of when somebody asked Kurt Cobain, like, what's this song about? Like, he never wanted to tell people what it's about because whatever they think it's about is actually more important than what he tells them. It's like explaining your joke as a comedian. You know, I never like the idea of explaining what songs are about. It's like whatever you think it's about is what it's about. And that's what it's this magical room for the artist to breathe. I mean, for the listener, for the artist and the listener to sort of exist however they want to. It's freedom. It's pretty cool. But yeah, a lot of my favorite lyricists were like that. Like the perfect example is that, you know, the song Creep is such a great song by Stone Temple Pilots. And just like when the dogs can find her, you got times to wait for tomorrow to find it. Like, it's just so good. It's so good. You know, like one of the best lines ever is in that, you know, and I feel so much depends on the weather. So is it raining in your bedroom? Like, what? Such an amazing freaking line. So amazing. And here's a good example. The first several times I heard that song, you know what I thought he was saying? And I feel a marching band's on the weather or something, or a marching band, something about a marching band. I can't even remember it because I dropped it when I learned what he was really saying. But prior to that, I always thought it was about a freaking marching band of some kind. A marching band in a sweater or something. I don't know what I thought, but either way, the song was great to me, not knowing what it was that he was saying. And to me, that's actually pretty cool. Like, that's what I mean. I'm so well aware that I don't need to know the meaning of, or even the right words to feel it. I am so aware of that. Or I don't even need to believe what they're saying or care about it. Like a freaking, I would like a ring on, like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. I would like a big shiny diamond. I could wave around and talk about it. When I hear it's gonna go about it. She's all like, that's an amazing melody. It's an amazing melody. And I'm not trying to make fun of it. It's just I can't do a good impression of it. At least not at the moment. I might be able to pull one out at one point or another, but I would like a ring. I would like a ring. I would like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. It's such a good song. It's really good. It's really good. Like, let's be honest. It's good. You got to admit what's good in life. That's good. It's catchy. It's also just good. It's like the lyrics are I mean, they're well written. It's like the last lyrics I would ever care about, but I love it. That's what I mean. You don't have to care about it. You don't have to even know what it means. It's great. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. Now I can't get it out of my head. When the day is gonna hit me, cause I have a daddy.
So badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul.
When you see me building crazy pictures with the freaking automation, to me, like, that's the answer. That's how you know I'm closing in on her. We're closing in on her. Hi there. Everybody wants to try me, but you know you can't find me. Exactly, dude. It's exactly right.
Twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the
I like that crazy high-pitched witch giggle in the background.
your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home.
Something I just realized is people who love 90s music, there was so much of that in the 90s. That sort of like imagery in the words, and the meaning can be whatever you want it to be. There's so much of that. Nirvana comes to mind, but also Bush comes to mind. Like Glycerine. It must be your skin and I'm sinking in. It must be for real, because now I can feel that I didn't mind. It's not my time. It's not to wonder why everything goes away. Everything's gray. Now you're here. Now you're away. I don't want this. Remember that. Never forget where you're at. That song, I mean, if depending on where you were when you heard that for the first time and everything, like it elicits emotions. And who knows what it's even about? It doesn't even matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was very well aware of this for my whole life, that so many songs just, you know, it's just great. It has a meaning that's freaking loosely based. Loosely based on a meaning.
You wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. Why you told my lady? Why you told my lady what you said? Why you told my lady? Why you told my lady?
Now, if you don't really have to do this on every track. You could go in here if you want the same DB verb flow. For example, how it's up on the verse, down in the pre-chorus, up on the, like, if you want that, you could just come in and paste that to your DB verb channel over here. You know, I mean, that's always an option. So when I come in here, if I select 2, that's the end of the track. 1, that's the beginning of the track. And then if I just come down here, and I basically want to go here, so I get to the 1 position, dot 1 dot, hit placed, paste. I keep trying to say paste. Here we go. Now we could do the same thing with the next one. What is it? This little plate jam. This guy, I'll go from the end of the song, so decimal, to the beginning of the song. That's the one we want. Copy that. Down here, end of the song, beginning of the song. Paste that in. So now we've got basically the same automation, but on another freaking vocal instead of where it was before. So this is the 910. So why don't I do the same thing here? Okay, and then the Echo Boy track, we'll do that one too. This Echo Boy down here. And if it's not exact, like, who cares? Who gives a... It's not going to make a difference. It might even be better. There we go.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart.
I want to kind of keep the... I'm actually thinking I may do something like... I don't know if we need all the vocal the whole time.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his...
It needs it. Something about that. It needs that thickness of the 2.
Old man didn't listen. He's kinda...
Either one by themselves wouldn't do it. Like, this doesn't work by itself, really. Even if I take this one out, I don't think it works.
Didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he...
It just doesn't work. You need them both. That's interesting. You know, trying things out is the best way to see if you can make a change like that. It's like, just listen to it. And for me, it's always, like, I have strong opinions about certain things like that. I just need to hear it once to be like, nah.
My lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady.
I love those background whats. Do you hear that? That to me is so cool. It's like
Told my lady, you want
these two. They're so good. I think I need to paste them into the later part of the song. Like, I want to hear them again. This thing.
what you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told...
Do you hear those whats? They're faint, but they're back there, man. I think that's so cool. See, I'm a weirdo. Like, stuff like that is what gets me the most. I just love, like, that. Something about that is so cool.
What you told my lady,
So pre-chorus 3.
now it's over to the big...
See, I knew they weren't here because it was like a conscious decision to not put them there.
Now it's over to the big house. Now 'cause you know it reminds
It doesn't need it here. It doesn't even really need it here because the lyrics are different, which I just realized.
big house. Now the jack is how we act. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Cries on my shoulder. And cries on my shoulder. The old man cries on my shoulder. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen.
This one feels a little late. I actually noticed it the first time too, and I was like, it's okay there. But it's just like a millisecond late.
The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the
Just want to slide it a little bit. So
cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
So one of these is making that background too loud.
Wasn't home. She wasn't home.
It's the harmonizer. I almost knew it was because of the blend and the mix on it. So I'm just going to bring this entire track down a lot, and then it'll be way better.
She wasn't home. She wasn't home. Calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you want. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your neck. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade.
I noticed this kept a word, but I was kind of okay with it. One word is being reverbed.
I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets. The never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder.
love that tremolator now. We're going to bring this tremolator into every mix we do now. I like that 2.5 dB increase. I'll take it.
Until your back's out. You walk a line around the park. Well, you're wasted.
CXQ5, I appreciate that. Babies making babies, put them in a classroom was stuck in my head for weeks. I appreciate that, man. That's a dark song too. That one's got all the demons in it. I think that's because it combined my demons and Harris's demons, and that's a lot of demons right there. That's Demon City, and that's why that song is so dark and freaking cool. Though it's also like a march or something. I'm excited for that one. Whatever cut that is on the album, I'm gonna be pumped to hear that.
It's old, my lady. What it's old, my lady.
How'd the guitar go, by the way? What'd you get to play? What kind of guitar was it? Who brought, like, what are we dealing with? Like a nylon string? Electric? What are we dealing with?
It's old, my lady. What it's old, my lady. What it's old, my lady. What he said. What it's old, my lady. What it's old, my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. What you said. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. She calls it home. 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 Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park. Well, you're wasting time. You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad. We're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home and older. The knife.
Plot what? Plot what? Plot what? What?
The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen.
I freaking love that. I don't know why I like that so much.
My lady. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. What you said. What you told
This is that other one I felt like needed to be a smidge earlier.
What you told my lady, what you said. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fake.
CXQ5 wrote, it was an electric copy of a Fender Strat brand named Legend. Nice. Nice. What do we got? That's awesome. The strings are all rusty. Luckily, I brought some because I thought my cousin said he would find one. They're going to get me acoustic tonight. I have strings for that too. I played and sang. That's awesome, man. That's amazing. It's fun to be in a... There's something about like being in a foreign country that you're not from and picking up an instrument and playing. It's almost like connecting your power battery for musicians. It's like charging, your phone or something for a musician. You have to like put your feet in the sand and play an instrument, and then all of a sudden it's like your battery charges internally. It's pretty cool. I dig it. My own family was a little disappointed when they saw I got a guitar, though. They were disappointed because they know you're going to be playing the guitar now instead of hanging out with them. If they're disappointed, that's probably why. Yup, that's where I'm at. I'm on the automation stage of this. Just drew in a ton of automation on the vocals, and I like to do that with the effects before I do anything. So now that that's there, let us run through stuff and see the best we could do with our volume automation. I'm going to turn down the volume, as I usually do. It's the only way I can tell anything. I don't know how anybody mixes automation, especially with like little vocal rides of 1 to 2 dB in either direction. How do you do that loud? Like, you can't. It's crazy. You could do it loud for 5 minutes, and then after that, you've lost all perspective if you've listened loud. So that's the biggest truth to the whole thing. And if you don't like listening low, if it's too uncomfortable, that's the point, I think. It's like why you do it. Just find where you can still hear it, but it's very low, and train yourself to hear things that way. The best analogy I ever heard is like, if you go outside after you're in a dark room and it's super bright outside, your eyes can't process anything. It's all just this big overexposed mess until your eyes kind of get into focus and start reacclimate to what's outside. And if it's too bright and too much, if you had mirrors all around you, it was very reflective outside, you wouldn't be able to see anything. And that's exactly what is happening when you try to mix with the volume cranked up. It's too bright. It's too much. It's an overload. You can't possibly hear all the little details. Whereas with the right light, you can see very, very well. Too dark isn't good, but the right amount of light, you could see very well. But too bright is the worst possible thing that you could have. It's just as bad as too quiet. So to me, that's about loud. Bright. I'm equating brightness to loudness. Here we go.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies.
Before I start, I'm sorry to hear that, CXQ5. If your family is not a fan of you, being you, and you are a musician, no doubt, you're a great songwriter. I've heard some of your stuff, man. It's great. And your latest track that I'm working on is really amazing, by the way. Like, I hadn't mentioned that to you yet, but it's so good. It's so catchy, such a good hook. The whole thing it's a great song, truthfully. So it's unfortunate if your family doesn't love that part of you, or I wouldn't look at it that way. It might not be that they don't love it. It might just be that like they want you to, be present and around them. And, that's not loving it. It's like wanting you to be, it's wanting more of your attention is what it is. And when you get devoted to whatever you're doing, when it comes to music, you want to be alone, or at least I, a lot of times, like to just figure whatever out, on the guitar or something. Like, it's best to do that alone. So a lot of being a musician is, the practice part, and so much of it is alone. But, so I don't know. But if it's not that, if it's just that they wish you didn't do it at all, that's unfortunate. But I just have a strong feeling that's probably not the case, But, I feel for you. Either way, I feel for you, because musicians want to be able to just pick up and play whenever we want. And it's like, it's who we are. It's like it's something we love. It's part of what we like. We have to do that. If there's a guitar there, I'm going to play it. If there's a freaking piano around, I'm going to play it. Now, I'm not even that good at the piano, but if it's around, I'm going to sit down at it and play it. If there's a drum set around with some sticks, I might sit down at it and play something. That's the point. It's like, I like to sit down. Bass, I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to play it. So that's just what's up. It's a mean. What's going on, man? How you doing over there? What's poppin', man? Just as a recap, I'm coming into town right now with automation. We got the rest of the track is basically, we already drew in a ton of the cool shapes and freaking colors and stuff that we do with the different flavors on the vocals. We got a bunch of flavor tracks. We've added those, and we're doing pretty well on time. We're about 6 hours in at this point. So I'm going to keep it moving here and try to wrap relatively soon. If we can. Let's see if we can get through it. So it's automation time. We've dialed in all the EQs, and this track was only 21 tracks total, this song. So it's a nice little breath. It's a nice breath of fresh air, if I could just speak. Here we go. Let's do this.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady.
Let's run it. Here we go.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady.
These stabs got a guitar, and I'm going to bring up guitar and drums. Also probably snare a little bit.
What he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, he told my lady, what he told.
Let me try that one more time. One more time trying that.
What he told my lady, what he
I think I'm bringing it up too much.
What he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep. What he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady wants to go. What you told my.
Those stabs should feel like a freaking, like a zoom in on a crazy David Lynch movie where it's like, what you told my lady, like, that's what I'm feeling.
Wants to go. What you told my lady. elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line. Move your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if
I need more cymbals and more hi-hats in this part.
remove your elbows from the table. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, cause you know it. You're falling farther
Got to bring that flavor up.
the time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center.
Too much flavor.
The time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit under the weather. Now it's over to under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, cause you know it reminds us of our home.
Got to keep it. Energy's got to stay up now.
Reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on
Almost had it. Here we go. We're flying through this, though. It's feeling pretty good. It's feeling pretty good up here. Hold on.
tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. The cutlery gets dirty. Eyes on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knife
Want more guitars on that part. I think wherever this thing changes over it, where it kicks into gear, that's where I'm going to be. I appreciate that, Alex. I appreciate that. I like how Shigiono's, man, been there, done that. They will never kill the flame. I know exactly what you're going through, man. That's what's up. We all know what that feels like. We've all had someone at some point who made us feel like we aren't welcome to play or like do the thing, instrument, play, sing, whatever. Like, it's always happened, and it's a bad thing for musicians. But everyone's not us in the world. That's the truth. There's most people who don't have that love for something just will never get it. They just don't get it. Okay. We're going to leave that where it's at for now. If I have to adjust it, I will. We'll go back to read for all these things. There was a moment here where the flavor track, I really do like this little blip of a guitar riff we put on the flavor track. It was such a cool move. Listen to this. So it's actually not during that part at all, but I did want to automate the drums up here a little so it sounds less like a march and more like a cymbal thing. There might not be much cymbals, but I'm going to automate the overheads up a smidge on this. And then I'm going to jump to the flavor track. That's really all I noticed. So this part, it's like this just background. Hear that thing? It's so cool. Like Like I liked it better in the background like that. It doesn't even need to be that loud. A little lower. To me, those little touches, man, it's just a mix should just be this tons of little touches, you know, a bunch of big moves and tons of little touches. But it's like the big moves were done within the first hour. After that, it's all just been a bunch of little touches. Even that's kind of cool now. I thought it was bad at the time, but it's... Just sounds like a little bit of feedback. Yep, going with that. CXQ5 saying it's usually the neighbors that hate the band unless the bass player is exceptionally good. Yeah, the neighbors, no matter how good the band is, you will always run into some neighbors who are just anti. That's just part of it, man. You know, it's just part of people. It's crazy, but it's true. You could have Jimi Hendrix reincarnate playing at a reasonable volume and wouldn't matter. Shigiono said, we've had the cops called on us a few times for being too loud. Yeah. I don't think you're technically a band if you've never had a noise complaint. We playing out in the middle of the Poconos, like there's plenty of freaking, you know, in Northeast PA, these bars, they're not like, a lot of them aren't designed for live music. And because of that, there's volume restrictions. There's plenty of places that are designed for live music and still have volume restrictions. So it's like the volume restrictions from the place itself is always the worst because it's so hard to play live and also like be excited, perform, and be energetic, and also really quiet. That's a weird kind of opposite day situation where putting that together doesn't always work. You'll get something, but will it be as good as if everyone can play like, you know, free reign? No. That said, the worst problem is always the drummer plays a certain volume and you can't turn him down because he ain't got no knobs, you know, that you would want to turn anyway, right? So he's got his drummer nonsense happening, and if he plays over everyone else, it's all over. So that's like where my feud against drummers started, was around that time, because shortly thereafter I picked up the sticks and I was like, what is, like, I understand the concept because it's like guitar. It's hard to like be into it and be playing it like on a one, and where I can hear my freaking boots louder than the amp, and I'm supposed to, you know, enjoy moving around and playing like that and like getting people into it and, you know, trying to create a party. Like, I don't think so. I can understand that, but it's like holding back on drums is its own thing. And you have to do that because you ain't got no volume knobs. So it's even more important for the drummer to know how to hold back and to be okay with that. It's such a hard thing to teach a drummer. It should be the first thing taught. Playing loud is easy. Playing quiet is hard on drums. And that's the thing. That's why people should teach to play quiet. They never do, but they should. That's the point. Play quiet. If you can play really well quietly, I have no doubt in my mind you can actually crank up and hit things harder. No doubt. But to do it the opposite is ridiculous. It's very hard for drummers to do it, but it's a necessity. So if you're a drummer, you gotta be you should be practicing quietly. I'm telling you, it'll improve you like crazy. Learning how to hold back, especially on cymbals. You could hit the drums harder in a lot of cases and hit the cymbals softer, and everybody can live. Because the drums have a decay that is relatively quick, whereas the cymbal decay is much longer. Here we go. Time to boogie. Let's turn on our fret over here. Let's also turn on the 3348. So we're at the mix bus step at the moment. Yes. I second what GDP's throwing down over here. Yes, Alex Kristoff drums, the man with great intel and information for drummers, pull punches like WWF wrestler when it comes to cymbals. Such a good move. It's like, yeah, just at the very end. Yeah, just catch it at the very end and hold it. It's interesting. It's like, yeah. As opposed to, yeah. Nobody wants that, yeah. It's always an ongoing joke with me and a couple different drummers that like, why you got to do that with all those freaking cymbals? Why you got? Then that's understandable that you wouldn't be bearing with me. The internet seems fine on my end. I don't know why that is, but check. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but I just want to see what this thing says. It appears to still be live and everything still be rolling. It appears to be still live and everything's still rolling. Appears live, everything's still rolling. That's what it appears to be. Appears live, everything still seems rolling. Seems good, right? Working, rolling, good to go. Bada bing, we're back. I don't know if you got my messages. Did you get the internet seems fine on my end? No power outages over here. Maybe something on YouTube server's end. That's what I don't know. The weird thing is the numbers are rolling. We seem rolling. We seem like we're rolling. Paul, keep rolling. I don't know about you guys, but when I see Limp Bizkit on anything nowadays, I love it. I don't know what you thought I was going to say right there, but I freaking love it. Like, it's awesome watching Fred and Wes do their thing. It's awesome. And be, they're like so chill with each other and they're just having a great time. And it's awesome to watch. So, yeah. And there's plenty of clips out there, but like I always sort of appreciated Limp Bizkit, but I was not like the biggest Limp Bizkit fan, but I'm like, but I had my bass player, Paulie T from B, was always telling me I got to listen to that album, and he gave it to me, and once I listened to it for a while, I was like, you know what, you're totally right. This band is amazing. Like the drums and the bass are really freaking on point in that band. And so is the guitar playing. I mean, it's fucking amazing. Fred is great too. So anyway, I mean, it's unique stuff. That's what it is. It's unique stuff. The riffs Wes writes are insane. So I don't know. My taste is all over the place. I'm a huge Fred fan. Yes, we got you. MSG. That's what's up. Are they playing MSG? They probably are. That seems like the kind of place they would play. Just looking over here to see how hot I am on this bus before I turn anything on. Because it will change the level that you see here. And I want to make sure I'm not going in too hot to this to start with. And that feeds everything else. So it's very important to me to nail that part. And like we always said, like 3/4 of the way is what I'm looking for, roughly. I don't want it to be right. I don't want it to be clipping or in its floating point. So it really is, it's not clipping, but it's, I don't want to see yellows going off over here. And do that at the loudest part of the song is a good rule of thumb also. I do like how this thing just kind of tames the top a little bit. I have been, like, the 3348 has found a special place in my heart.
Trying to clean the mess he made.
I'm going to turn on Toupee. I'm just going to audition something else besides this for once. Without even comparing. They're volume matched, which is pretty interesting. It's hard to do on plugins to freaking take a saturation plugin and get a volume match. So we happen to have a volume match pretty close here. The 3348 is really, it's really special. The ATR just has so much more low end on it, which means that you might want to take less on something like this instead of cranking 4 dB at 200 or something like that. I think it's 200. Maybe you take 2 or you take none, because the freaking ATR does so much of it on the low end front. But it's not only just dealing with that. What I hear is it's squeezing the middle and the top also. It feels smaller in the middle and the top than if I use the 3348. Like, listen to the difference. Wow, it's so much more tame, the 3348. Now it's over to the big house. Now
'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Now it's over.
It really rounds the top off the 3348. And in this song, I don't know if we need it. There's not a lot of brightness in general, so do we even need to round the top that much? Like, the mix without the 3348 is way closer to the ATR.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun you wanna run into. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try.
I like messing with the flux. This is the flux. It's like how hot are we trying to imprint on this tape?
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
That's one of my favorite things when I'm trying to make something sound old school, like very vintage and old school. Man, 7.5 ips. Like, just turn it down to 7.5 ips and, have fun. Just play in the sandbox. Have a great time. Now we have to follow the cat around if we want to plug something in. MSG was short for messages. Oh, we see them in the chat. Nice. Nice. Yes, we got you messages. Nice. Nice. I don't know what happened there. That's crazy. Because, I haven't... Usually if it's snowing and crazy, like, I'm fully aware of it. Whereas right now, I don't really know. But I feel like it's not. I feel like it's just not bad weather tonight over here. It was so nice today. Maybe that's why I feel that way. Residual niceness. See, I love doing this at the end. I think turning this stuff on early is kind of crazy because it does impact the results so much that just auditioning these couple different choices and even the mix head can be really eye-opening.
Table. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You reminds us of our home. She calls it mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't. What he told my lady, what he said. What he told my lady. What he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he said. What he told my lady. What he told my lady.
I think you guys know what I'm doing here, right? I'm just basically taking the stereo imager of the Fusion and I'm just cranking up the width very slightly on the choruses, and in this case, the pre-chorus.
Didn't even know he was
See, this is off, and then here, it's on.
my lady. What you told my lady, what you said. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can. Remove, remove your remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, you're waiting how he acts out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 Mad I dissed him 'cause he
All right, so we're off, and then pre-chorus we're on. But the rest of them should not be pre-chorus on.
told my lady he wanted so badly just to keep us
Verses are off, pre-chorus is off, chorus is on.
You told my lady. just a fable. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park. You really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk out. You walk your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park. Well, your foot until your back's out. Back's out. You walk a line. Backs out. You walk a line around the park. Well, you're wasting time. You're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad. We're all under the weather. Now it's over to she comes in home. Drift apart. The old man home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm teammate. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. Wasn't home. Wasn't home.
It's just now as I go through, I'm just all the little things that I hear. Like, I could have sworn I heard a freaking Tom on a crash right.
The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home.
Yeah, you hear that? That's a mistake. I mean, it doesn't need to be here at all.
She wasn't home. 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 She
Pretty high up there. She's still not home, dude. Now I'm obsessed with this. I can't even hit the note. It's like, it's an octave above. Ooh, it's an octave above that. I can't even do it. It's impossible. It's impossible to hit this note. It's the highest pitch voice of all time. It's like some Tiny Tim shit up in there. I couldn't tell you how to write that out. She wasn't home. So it sounds like 6 ahs and then om. That's how I would write it. Om. It's like, get the most out of one freaking 4-letter word, why don't you? Get the absolute most out of it. How many freaking different ways can we say this freaking word? All right. getting that 3D thing again. It's like the subtleness of 3D, right? Comparing the ATR 102 to the 3348 to the mix head to try to pick the one that feels the most realistic of saturation plugins. So now that we've got our mix head, listen to that. We're not going to stack them and combine them. We're going to pick one. It's so interesting. The mix head has more low end, but the 3348 sounds like a more a truer representation of the mix. Isn't that what it seems like now? It's all my lady. Why it's all my lady? What you said? Why it's all my lady? Why it's all my lady? Table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, your waist. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, you're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we together. Now it's over to the big weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. You guys are funny. Reading some of this, I was trying to figure out how to write the lyrics. Oh yeah, we did that. Nailed it, CXQ5. I find my best lyrics are not actually words. Agreed. What even are lyrics? Exactly. Now you're asking the right questions. It is not when we are, but why. Or some nonsense like that. It's not the spoon that bends. It is you that bends. Wax on, wax off. Mr. Dumpling. I think we get it. What else we got? Oh, nice. Skynet's back. It's like, take these 3 messages all at once for no good reason. I didn't set it up that way. It makes us look silly. Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Freaking Skynet. Thanks. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it. It's so crazy how if you put on any saturation plugin for more than 2 minutes, you just get used to it. You get used to it. Whatever it does, you just grow accustomed to it. And then taking it off feels sacrilegious. But it felt wrong when I put it on, and then I heard it for freaking a couple minutes, and then it's better. That's how you know it's actually not better. It's just we just get accustomed to whatever we're listening to.
Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is.
I like how the 3348 thickened stuff rolls the top off. If I had to say what's up with these, the tweakability on this is bar none probably the best of all these in terms of tweakability. You could dial it in pretty much however you want. However, I think it's also because of that, it puts you in a weird position where, like, you know, some of these other ones just out the gate may sound better, and this one you'll tweak for a long time trying to make it do the same thing. At that point, it's like, just use the other plugin.
Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart.
All right, I'm going for opinions at the moment. If you guys can hear me, hopefully the stream is still up and doing its thing. Now it got me all nervous ever since that crazy moment where it wasn't. So I'm curious right now, if GDP, if you can hear me, and anybody else who's here, who's out there, I feel like it's a post-apocalyptic world and we're looking for the safe zone. If you guys can hear me, this is where I'm at. I'm judging between a few different saturation plugins, but I'm not going to make it harder on everybody and add different ones. We're going to keep what we got as choices: Mixhead, ATR 102, 3348, or Good Hertz. It's already too many choices. So we got to kind of narrow them down one at a time. I'm starting to really like this freaking tube. I'm starting to dig the tube. Okay. However, 3348 it just gives us, like, the same way we'll throw the sidecar on and all of a sudden you get this kind of a 3D thing happening where it's not squashing too much, but yet the mix seems to expand a little bit as well. Even though it's being compressed, it seems to get deeper. It has more depth to it. Now, when I add the 3348, I'm getting a similar feeling where it's like clearly rolling off some top end. However, it starts to feel like somehow more 3D to me. And that's been, I think, what always draws me to it. However, this freaking tube's starting to sound really good just with a little bit of bump at 70 hertz and hardly any at the top. You know, it's hard to judge. Like, I can't figure out. We don't know what this is. Like, it doesn't actually tell me. If I shift click it, maybe. No, it doesn't actually tell me how many dB I'm boosting up here. Just tells me where I'm at, 765, but it doesn't tell me how many dB. Whereas this, I'm boosting a little bit, and it brought up the bottom. Sounded a little less dull. Now, that thing is tweakable. So let me just flip back and forth between the 3348 and the Good Hertz for a minute.
Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home.
So this is the 3348 tape.
Now it's over to the big house.
This is the tube.
Now it's over to the big house. Now it's
Tube. This is 3348.
now it's over to
This is 3348. Two. 3348.
Try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you want.
I'm not sure, I don't know what your feelings are, but as I flip through them, I'm getting, they're pretty close. It's just Goodhart seems to have a little bit more low end, but the 3348's doing this thing I can't quite put my finger on. It's not a volume change. The volumes are the same.
The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our.
That's 3348.
The big house. Now the jack is how we act out.
ATR 102.
The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls it home.
And the top one's the mix head.
The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
I eliminated the 102. It's just it's ruining the bottom too much. All these seem to ruin my low end a lot. And that's something I am very aware of right now, especially in headphones.
The big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit.
The 3348's the only one that feels like it's enhancing the low end, but not in a negative way. It's like just under crazy. Everything else seems to like make it worse.
Her heart, it's permanent damage to her soul. And now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. What you said. What you told my lady. What you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Her heart, it's permanent damage to her soul. And now my lady, what you told my lady.
I gotta say, I really like how it softens the top. It's like when I use a 3348, I don't feel the need to put on two de-essers or even one sometimes. Like now, there's no de-essing on the vocal at the moment, and maybe there should be, but the 3848 makes me feel like I don't need it. And I kind of like that about it. That's why it works very well in combination with like that Dolby A-type, which is like this pseudo exciting thing that it does compared to, this thing, which really softens the top. But I actually like that. It's only in combination, since we're flipping through these, that I'm even considering the mix head as another option. But the Goodhertz tube has a very boxy bottom end because I boosted this up. But when I flatten this, it felt like lifeless at the bottom.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
And the mix head, which has compression built into it and a bunch of stuff, is definitely giving it like the most life. Probably need to compensate by like, where's our output gain? 1, 2.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home.
iRevolver 21. How's it going over there, man? Been a few weeks indeed, man. What's going on? We got the holidays approaching. Good to see you over here. I got my glasses in this crazy upwards position so that I can seal my headphones to my head and actually hear the bass to its fullest potential. Because anytime they lift off even the littlest bit for your glasses, it's ruining your ability to hear the bass, man.
twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, you're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center, feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park, well, you're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center, feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't
That CQ's drive is such a freaking cool knob. I'm gonna back it off a bit, but I still like it so much. And that you don't have to make them all the same the way you might want to EQ a bunch of stuff the same. 3 bass tracks can make one more than the others, but just backing them up a bunch. Always touch mode so that it goes back when you let go. some reason I like it. I definitely like it when it's all, when the freaking thing is just dies out before the song ends. Just make sure to check that in headphones. I think that might be the best we're going to get here on the ending fade. Which was your choice, CXQ15, of those saturation plugins? I'm curious what you liked better. Anybody else who saw that back and forth, I'm also curious what you guys like better. At the moment, I kind of settled on the 3348, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. It's just, I'm curious what you guys think too. GDP, we could talk about that off stream, but I'm still curious what you guys, anybody else thinks too. I am guessing that your choice wasn't the 3348, or you probably wouldn't have said that. So it might be that you're a fan of Goodhertz or Mixhead. I'm not sure. That hurt. I had the freaking thing so loud to get the ending. Back to regular speakers. Nice. You felt the CXQ5. You liked it. I'm with you too, man. It sounds so kind of, it does the thing in a way that's not abrasive or harsh. The ATR is so bass heavy at the bottom. I never really noticed this until I auditioned so many of them on multiple tracks back and forth like this. Usually I would pick one and just rock with it. And like I said, whichever one you have up is kind of okay. Like, you'll always feel like it's fine. It's just you only know the difference when you start switching them. You hear the subtle differences between them. And I felt like this tightened up the bottom a little bit, which I liked. Rounded the top, which I liked. But the mix head is close. It's just doing more. And I'm very aware of, like, there's that compression thing in it. It's boosting. It's giving us more low end, but it's also, the volume's coming up a bit and never seems to match. It's mostly, I think it's because of the compression inside it, that no matter what I do with the volume, it's not going to sound like it's the same volume. Just the loudest part of the song to see what the clipping situation looks like. That ain't it. The water plug-in? Is that... Does it sound crazy when I drink out of this thing? I don't even know what it sounds like. But the water plug-in, dude. I love that MDN sidecar. Also, Niles, it's the thing, dude. The 8-channel summing is chef's kiss indeed. It's been hard to take the freaking thing off. I've just been saving time by not auditioning like different things, because when I do that, it doesn't ever lose. The freaking thing wins every time. I appreciate that, Alex. I appreciate that, man. I feel like I definitely spend as much time on the mix as I do on the delay and reverb stuff, like those flavor tracks and the automation on the vocal thing. I spend a bunch of time on that because to me that's so important. I don't know. I definitely might feel that that's one of the most important parts of any mix. I got to hear what the bass player's doing here, so we're going to see if we can get it just by automation. That CQ brings that bass really out punching. Sorry, I just woke up the freaking Kraken. Gonna go with a little bit of an Andy Wallace chorus bass sound on this. I'm excited to listen to this with fresh ears. Um, yes, I'm excited for that. I'm feeling like we're pretty much there. I'm gonna kind of settle on where we're at the moment. I'm liking it. It's sounding pretty good. It's getting there. I feel like the only thing I hear that bugs me.
What you said, why you told my lady, why you told my lady. She calls it home, she calls it home, she calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table, the pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. She calls it home. 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 Remove. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows.
What I'm doing there is spacing out the EQs so that they're not all the same. Even if I group them all to EQ them all together to get a ballpark, at some point I usually go in and change them out a little bit so that they're not pushing on the same frequencies on every guitar. It'll make things sound wider because you have one set pan left, EQ'd one way. One set pan right, EQ'd slightly differently. Just a little bit. Like if one pushes on 1K, make the other push on 900 or 800. Like it doesn't have to be a crazy amount. And the low end, if one's at like 180, make the other one 330, or like just move them around. You get what I'm saying? So whatever you have on one side is different than the other, and it starts to fill up the frequency spectrum a little bit.
Weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home.
See, this one's 330, this one's 180. See what I'm saying? So this is a lower boost, 92 hertz for a filter on, taking out bottom end of both of these, but this is a group and these are groups. So that's why I'm just clicking on one, because they're both the same within the group. But I find that stuff is important. Move things around. I'm actually boosting 330 and a little bit at this 470 in here. What am I doing on this one? 690. A bit of a, I'm boosting at 1.2K on this one. What am I doing over here? That's the same. So what am I doing down here? We're boosting at 1K. That's what I meant. Getting tired. 1K and barely a boost. But the other side, the left side, and when I listen to this, I'm like, I like the amount of low end on the guitars in the left side, and especially when the chorus hits.
Big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
I was through with. No, I can't make it through with that one. I cannot make it through with that one. We were close, but I don't want to rush the end because I gotta go to the freaking bathroom. That's what I don't want to do. So I'll be right back. Just got to run this print through and, feeling very much happier with it now. I just want to maybe take a listen and a gander to one more thing when I get back.
She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
All right, bathroom time. I'm serious this time. M1, we'll call it M1. Do you want to replace it? No, we'll just call it M1 because it's our first print of the night. And feeling like it probably might be our last, which is cool. I dig that. I dig a first and a last. Let's see. End. Start. All right. As soon as let's just set this up. M1, wave, take this out to 13, 14. Boom. Okay. Come on. Get there. Okay. Wave 13, 14. Interleave 24, 96. Add MP3. Import after bounce. Put this in the right place. Okay, we're in the right place. Import after bounce. Add MP3. Good. 96K. Good. 9624. Interleave. All right, here we go. I'm going to pop this thing off, and then I will run to the bathroom real quick, and we will get her done in the sun. Getting her done in the sun. Here we go.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't
Glad to see the kids getting along. Every time Nightbot says something and GDP says, "That's so nice of you, Nightbot." I find it so funny. I don't know why that kills me. That's funny. I don't know. It's funny. But I'm over here. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm enjoying the way it sounds. And I'll tell you, like, what was the one thing I was like, oh, the CG2 I didn't turn on, but that's okay. It'd actually probably be cool to, just hear that as the only difference. The freaking CG2 on at the end. It's the last thing I always just slap on the end. However, we're pretty loud. I mean, this song is like, I never put that thing on for volume. I just put it on for kind of this cool thing it does where it just gives you a little bit more oomph. Just a little bit more oomph. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm mixing in the box. Every little tiny increment forward is a good thing. And as long as you do it in little tiny increments, you won't run into one of those situations where it's just making your mix sound muddy or, saturating way too much over the top. Like, people, when they use Gold Clip for the first time, crank those Gold Clip knobs so much. It's something that, like, most people do. The Alchemy and the Gold Clip, the gold knob, they just crank them, whereas I got them practically off. And that's because I notice a big negative when I turn these things up. Like, it's good if you put a little bit on, but if you put too much on, it just doesn't sound good. And you don't really notice that until you've done the mix and now you're pissed off. But I might be coming into this a little hot. Let's see, where is it saying? It's saying at 0.3, so that's not a real reading. If that's where it's saying that it clipped at 3.5 dB at 0, that's where it clipped that much? That doesn't make any freaking sense. makes zero sense because the song is super quiet in the beginning.
Man didn't listen.
What? My bad. Sorry, that was a double. You got a double whammy there probably, or maybe you couldn't hear what I just heard, but it's a double whammy on my side.
Man didn't listen. He's kinda mad.
Yeah, there's no way that clipped.
The old man didn't.
See how far below it is? So it's no way it clipped that much. It's impossible. Let's see.
He calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
We're barely touching the freaking thing.
The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. He wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
It's such an interesting plugin because I feel like it's not destructive at all, yet it just brings things forward if you use it slightly, it has zero negative impact and only just makes it feel like everything's a little closer to the front of, I don't know, you're a little more zoomed in is the best way to look at it, I think. It's just zoom. It's like a audio zoom for your ears.
She wasn't home. 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 She wasn't
So we get to the sevens, which it's a little louder than I like usually, but it's good enough because I'm liking where it's at. Now this next part of the song, I just want to make the guitar, I want to bump this a little bit while it's like a solo at the end and it's chill, but it's got to come up a smidge. I'm going to save this before I do as M2. Always save a new version so you can get back to your old one. And if you do the print like I just did, it dumps a wave and an MP3 into the folder, and you could see what the minutes were that it did. Like it'll be 4:07 p.m. or a.m. rather, 4:07 a.m. Eastern. So I go to the folder, session file backups, and there should be a 4:07. If there's not, maybe there's 4:06. It's all going to be the same version. 4:05, it's going to be the same version. So that's the point. I just don't want to lose any nuance of that. It's like... this a little, about like 1 dB. Blah, blah, blah. Just wanted that blah, blah. Now, tomorrow, I will judge whether or not I've rode these too much. But at the moment, I just want more of it. I'm like, give me more of that. And when I came back and was sitting here, I was like, why is the guitar so low in the end? It might have been a good volume, but I'm just pushing it to the limit now. Take it to the limit every day. All right, we're getting into the wrap-up stages here. This is final checks and calls. Anybody has questions, get them ready. Throw them in there. Anybody's got anything about anything, throw it in there. Audio related, obviously. But it could be anything. It could be movie related as well. Musician, artist related, movies, saturation plugin related, anything. Because I believe this 3348 tape is kind of a special sauce between that and this sidecar. I think together they work surprisingly well, especially in this order, the whole thing. And on 3348, I have a tendency to bounce back and forth between this HR setting and the X80 setting. Different converters, so they emulated them when they made the plugin, and they sound very different. The X80 is a little bit on the darker side. This one's a little bit more on the high end, but they're still both sweetly rolled off. They both have a 3D thing going. It's like that's the tweakability on this plugin is mostly the thing that I touch is this. I don't even touch this hardly at all. I touch just this, the different conversion sounds. Nine more hours. Yeah, right. Audio guy. Dude, your buddy Toeman, every time he shows up, he's always, you guys, it's nice. You guys have a solid tag team there going, however that is. It's like, he's in here hanging out, and then he'll bring you up, and then boom, you show up. And I got to mention Toeman. You're not too late. You're just in time because I might play it one more time. But there was because I got to remember what it was I wanted to fix. The guitar was the big thing that might have been it. I wanted to throw a de-esser on the other vocal. That's what I wanted. A couple of things I wanted. That was one of them. Even bringing down some of the vocal effect I was considering. That was another call. Toeman was definitely in the house for a while. He was doing his thing. Yeah. we've been all over the globe. We had South Africa in here chilling, Shigyono from South Africa, and our buddy CXQ15 is in Vietnam, so that's pretty cool. He's visiting Vietnam, and yeah, and Braxel's in town, in Texas over there. I think everyone, I don't know what's going on with the CubeTech stuff, but it amazes me how many different plugin manufacturers there are. Me and GDP were talking about Kilohertz recently, and how Kilohertz is it still going on, GDP? Do they still have that free? It's like a bunch of their stuff is like free still at the moment, or am I off on that? You gotta let me know. But there's like, I had never heard of Kilohertz, and then GDP brought up Kilohertz. I was like, I didn't even, who is that? But yeah, it's amazing how many plugin manufacturers nowadays are, it's like guitar pedal manufacturers now. There's so many different, like, small, guys designing their own guitar pedals and putting them out there. And I think there probably always were a bunch, but maybe just because of YouTube, it's so common to see them now. I just, like, Caroline Pedal Company is one of my favorite small ones. Is it Caroline or Carolina? I don't know. My brain's bugging out at the moment. Yeah, Kilohertz is they got a bunch of stuff for free still, if I'm not mistaken. That's how they hook you. They get you on the stuff for free. That's awesome, and then you know who they are, and they're in your DAW. Now you can't get rid of them because they're awesome. It's like, now you want more. It's a good call. It's a good way to hook people. I have so many plugins. I feel like I have so many tools that it's really hard to get me to buy new plugins. It's like very difficult. I am the worst customer for plugin manufacturers, and I prefer it that way, personally. Like, I don't want to always want to buy something new. I don't like that. Too many wannas.
Just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady? What you told my lady? What you said? What you told my lady? What you told my lady?
Let's get a little more vocal on that thing.
Remove your elbows from the table.
That's weird. It was on touch, but it didn't go back.
Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Your back's out. You walk a line around the park. Your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack.
Now, we're not in -4 loves territory yet. It's never going to be like that over here, man. Never. Like, I don't like that. I hate that, man. What we got going on is, I'll do a how loud can we get without making it worse stream. it'll be part of like a mastering stream or something, and I'll use the plugins specifically designed for boosting loudness all over the place, and it'll just it'll be the track's gonna suffer, man. That's the problem. It's like we're abusing the track if we do that, but at the same time, I don't know. I may or may not do that, but what I may do is go about mastering in a certain way where I can get much louder than I might even want to, but not till it gets silly and crazy. Because the goal is not to get it crazy loud. It's to have something that's listenable at the end. Nothing that hurts. As far as I'm concerned, the pain is the enemy. Alex Christoph wrote, "Bro, I hit 4 lufts the other day by accident, and my car couldn't even take it. It's just a joke. Yeah, it's silly. It's crazy. It's genre dependent. It's all that. So everything I say about volume is because of the music I'm mixing. I guarantee you're not mixing this kind of music and doing -4 lufts. Like, I just guarantee you. You wouldn't. There's no reason to. It's crazy. It wouldn't be good." There's a lot of negatives there. It's bad. It's terrible.
Wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. Teammate, I bring you to the sun. You wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. Teammate, bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She trying to clean the mess he made. She calls it high. He, she calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the. She calls it home. She calls it home. I try to clean the mess he made. She try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't She wasn't She so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. her shake is just a fable.
Yep, audio guy. That's actually, it's a good tip to be careful with 7K on the vocals. I never go near 7K. I might boost 10. I might boost like 9, 10, or 12 or 15 to if I need air on top, but I'm always staying clear of pain. Sometimes 8K on an SSL feels nice. Depends on the vocal and what was recorded. Like, what'd you use to record it? So, but as a general rule, harsh frequencies that bug me on cymbals are like 6K. And I try to prevent, your ear can't tell the difference between a cymbal at 6K or a sibilant vocal at 6K or a snare drum that pings out at 6K. Like, your ear just hears a lot of the frequency so you can't really do anything about the cymbals coming up if you automate your overheads, even if I cut a lot out, which I do all the time. And I prefer cutting using EQ than doing like freaking putting a de-esser on it, which I've done everything, honestly. There might be a trick I haven't done, but the de-essing thing on overheads, I don't like that. I don't like multi-band compression on overheads, or room mics. I don't like compression on cymbals, period. So any kind doesn't work for me in most cases. I just don't like the way it sounds. So what I will wind up doing is trying not to boost too much on my mix bus, more than a couple dB, if any, around 8K, because I like to bring up the 8K love, just a little bit on the mix bus, but I'm purposely not in on any of the tracks and kind of cramming that area that I know I already don't like. The cymbals have to occupy most of that, and the vocals above it is better for air. That's why one of my favorite EQs, which I haven't done, I should, that next mix, GDP, try to remind me, Mag 4. I want to use a lot of Mag 4 EQ because I love the airband on it. It's a very solid EQ, and we haven't used it yet. So that's on the top of my list. And I don't think we've used the API 550A or the 560 yet. Those are the others that we haven't used. And I haven't used Goodhertz stuff yet. So those are all on my list. Yeah, what I'm saying, audio guys, there's nothing boosted in the 7K zone on any of this stuff. That's not a painful frequency on these vocals, and there's nothing being boosted on any of them. There's 10K in a super round shelf on the Neve, so I wouldn't even worry about it.
Out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. Bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. Wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so Natso, 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 Nat, Natso, 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 Natso.
It's definitely a 10K thing that this is like the de-essing situation here. I could just take some of this down and probably be fine.
Natso, Natso,
It's like a 10K thing.
Natso, 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 Natso. Nat, Nat, Natso, tied up in your net so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. 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 She wasn't tied up in your net so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
Now it sounds smoother. That's what I was going for. When I walked in and I recognized there was no de-esser on these other vocals, that was actually pretty helpful to go in there and deal with that a little bit. The thing is, there's always an S on everyone's vocal, and you don't always have to treat it. You only have to treat it if it's a problem. And somewhere maybe along the way of adding some of our mix bus processing, we brought up S's. That's usually what happens. And this particular, on the 3348, this is a little brighter than the X80, which rounds a lot more of the top off. Some people will be, if you're focused on it, you're always going to hear it. So just stop focusing on things that you think are problems in general, and that will make it easier to fix them. Focus on them, try to address them, then go somewhere else with your brain. Like, get it to focus on other things. And if you do that, at least then you'll know when you've actually fixed a problem. Because otherwise, what'll happen is you'll focus too much, then you'll take the S's out completely. You'll make them sound like a lisp, and nobody likes a lisp. You know, S's are in everyone's vocal. There's a little bit of annoyance in every freaking time everybody says anything. So that's just part of our life. And that's also why I don't like multi-band compression on the mix bus. That's why I don't like slamming brick wall limiters. That's why everything we're doing here is relatively gentle. Loudest part of the song, let's check out the gain reduction.
She wasn't high. She wasn't high.
2 dB, I can handle 2 dB.
She wasn't high. She wasn't high. She wasn't high. She wasn't
Gotta relax that thing a little bit now because I hit it a little too hard on maybe just the lead.
She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home.
I'm feeling it now. I am feeling it now.
She wasn't home. 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 She
It's amazing how it needs this 8K. It needs that. I don't like the roundness of it without that. That's for sure. What I'm actually going to do, I'm just going to move that. I want to audition the X80 real quick as a combination, like instead of this 3348 X80. Different converters. Let's try one and then the other. I'm feeling this one. What is it? It's the X80. It's so funny how now that we're way more dialed than I was when I pulled the thing up, and since we're also not comparing to Goodhertz Tube, and we're not comparing to the mix head or the ATR like we did before, on its own, I don't know, it's just something about the X80 just gets beautiful. They're really close. It's just one of them's a little more on the bright side, and definitely brings up more of that, they're both centered around the same thing, the 6.1K. They're both there. But the 3348 HR is definitely focused more on the highs. It sounds like a freaking fart now, that thing. That backs out thing.
If you really can now, you twist your foot until your back's out. You walk.
It lost its amazingness.
You really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line out. You walk back's out.
It just sounds like a fart noise now. Like this. You twist your foot until your back's out and you fart. And you just, with some flatulence. That's what that sounds like to me now. And I'm not going to spend time messing with it. I'm going to hit it with this and see if we can make it alive.
Your back's out. You walk your back's out. Out. You walk out.
I think it's always just going to sound like a freaking fart. I think no matter what we do with this thing, it's going to sound like a fart. It's just destined to be a fart.
Back's out. You walk.
Now it's a frog fart.
Out. Out. Back's out. You walk.
I can't take this freaking thing anymore.
Out.
That stupid sound is the bane of our existence. We're going to get rid of this thing.
Out. Out. Back's out. Out. You walk a line out. You walk a out. You walk a line around the back's out. You walk a.
I guess it makes sense that it would sound like a fart. Because that's what it pretty much was.
You walk a line.
It sounds like a frog. All right, we're getting rid of that thing. We don't need that thing.
Back's out. You walk a line around the park. Well, you're wasting time. You're under.
All right, we're going for the print now with our new setup under M2. And then a good set of, I cannot wait to listen to this thing in 2 or 3 days. Clear head, one listen, any notes get made, and then changes that happen from that one listen. It could be 3-4 changes that I make, but it'll be one version of the mix that I'll print. And I only allow myself one listen to do it. And I recommend everybody do that. It's the mantra of the day. Always don't give yourself an endless amount of revisions. And on a fresh day, that first listen is going to tell you everything. It'll tell you everything that you need, that you might have gotten numb to after. How many hours has it been? Several. Many. A lot. I can't believe how many. Okay, let's do it. Running a print. Every time I do one of these, I always think this will be the time we get it quick. And it never really, it happened once, but where we got it close to the 7-hour mark. All right, let's do this. And the time is always, it's always spent on different things. It's never like the same thing on any of the mixes. It's like you're drawing. It's creative freaking drawing. So how do you put a time limit on that? It's very difficult to do. All right, and start, good to go. Doing the print with the CG2 on, and this is the final print. And if there's any questions, anything, throw it in there in the chat so that I can get to it as soon as this is over, and then we will call this thing, and it'll be a wrap. I'm going to thank everybody, and then we'll call it. So anything you guys got, throw it in there. And if you are catching this on the replay, throw it in the comments section. Happy to get back to you. Also, I really appreciate everybody watching. So stay tuned, printing the thing right now, and then we will finish up. Here we go. Muting my vocal mic. Be right back. Not moving, though. I'm going to listen to this one through.
The old man didn't listen. He's kinda mad I dissed him, 'cause he wouldn't raise his babies. And what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he told my lady, what he said, what he told my lady, what he told my lady. He wanted so badly just to keep us apart, and didn't even know he was breaking her heart. It's permanent damage to her soul, and now you wanna know why she wants to go. What you told my lady, what you told my lady, what you said, what you told my lady, what you told my lady. She calls it home. She calls it home. She calls it home. Remove your elbows from the table. The pepper shake is just a fable. We're dancing if you really can now. You twist your foot until your back's out. You walk a line around the park well. You're wasting time, you're under dark spells. You're falling farther from the center. Feeling bad, we're all under the weather. Now it's over to the big house. Now the jack is how we act out. Now we save a little bit for ourselves, 'cause you know it reminds us of our home. She calls it 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 home. I try to clean the mess he made. I bring you to the sun, you wanna run into the shade. I'm tied up in your net, so we'll never drift apart. The old man cries on my shoulder. The cutlery gets dirtier and older. The knives in the kitchen all fall apart. That's how you know she wasn't home. She wasn't home. She wasn't home.
All right, we are back. I appreciate that, Shigiono. I appreciate you checking in. Let me know what you think. That's awesome. We are about to wrap this because that was a thorough session. It felt like I addressed most of the issues I had, and anything now that's popping up in my head, I already know. It's like I can't trust it really. I have to fresh ears whatever it is because I'm pretty well satisfied with the way this sounds. You know, the first Tom fill may be a smidgen too loud, but like who's going to cry about a Tom fill that's too loud? Nobody. Stuff like that. It's pretty much nothing. So that's a new day ear check kind of thing. I freaking love this though, like where it went. I like it. And if you check out the before and after, I think that'll be pretty telling. Like where we started compared to where we ended, it's a world of difference. I'll hit save. Okay, good. That's how I know we did something. So that's awesome. Crazy enough, I don't know if you could see this, GDP, but there's like no more computer chat for me. Like the chat on my computer is not actually there anymore. It's like unable to connect to chat. I probably have to refresh it or something. But I'm not gonna because I have it on the phone the whole time. So it's like I'm still seeing it, but I'm not seeing it here. Isn't that crazy? Interesting. Anyway, we'll diagnose that afterwards. Bottom line is, everyone who joined the chat, checked this out, hung out over here, I really appreciate it. I appreciate all the suggestions for, anybody who chimed in on anything. I appreciate that. I also appreciate people listening, commenting, hanging out, asking questions about anything, literally. It's awesome. It makes this a lot of fun, and there's so many people I want to thank. So, Shigiono, you're the man. Thank you so much. Audio Guy 1994, thank you. As I flip through this thing, we got Alex Christoph drums, thank you. Niles Pichet 1734, big thanks. CXQ5 the man, thank you. And iRevolver 21, man. It's awesome to have you back. That's very cool. What else we got here as I flip through? And I know I don't have the full list, but hopefully I don't miss anybody. Hopefully I know Braxel was here checking it out, doing his thing. Towman, It's Amin, all you guys. It's Amin. I really appreciate the hangout. As always, my friend. And how could we forget Skynet? Can't forget that. Cannot forget Skynet. GDP, am I missing anybody? Hopefully not. Danny Lyrica. Danny, what's poppin'? I appreciate the hangout as always. It's awesome to have you guys here. And who else as I flip. I said Niles Pichet, right? I got him. Braxel, yep. We're at the top. We're right where it cuts me off, so I can't scroll through the whole thing, but hopefully I didn't forget anyone. And if I did, I apologize. Anybody who hangs out, watches these things, just, chime in, say something. That way you become part of the crew, essentially. So when you do that, and it's a solid crew, everyone over here is very chill. Nothing but respect for other audio engineers over here. So you can come through, talk, literally say anything. And everyone's free to reply and do all amazing things with the conversation. So I hope you dug it. This was definitely a really fun one. I also want to thank GDP Japan, as always, for flying us through the sky and making this an amazing experience. Without him, this would be near impossible to do, and it definitely wouldn't be on this level. So that's the point. I really appreciate it, GDP. Thank you. And anybody else, if you're curious, the Discord thing will be going up very soon. So just keep an eye out for the Discord when we pop it up. I'll let you guys know over here. There's going to be tons more of these things coming. So just stay tuned, plenty more. Also, if you have any video ideas you want me to make separately in video format, I plan on making a bunch of those, and I'm kind of stacking ideas at the moment while I get done with a bunch of work on other tracks that I'm in the middle of. So It's been awesome. I really appreciate the hangs. You guys are the best. Everybody keep in mind this is possible for everyone to do. Develop the confidence. Also keep in mind that people could chime in with their opinions on your mix, and people will. You could listen to it, and then you could also decide how you feel about whatever it is you're doing. And as long as your decision is the one that weighs the most and you don't let anybody else's opinions get in the way, you're doing the right thing. You can't rely on other people for telling you your stuff is good. It's like the worst possible position to be in. I've dealt with many artists who feel either happy or sad based on what someone else says about what they did. It's the absolute worst position to be in. So I just wanted to let you guys know, if you're somebody who feels like that, you really have to, there's no venom and malice in what people say most of the time. It's just they're sharing their opinion or their thought, but just that's what I mean. You have to treat it as that too. It can't get you down. Don't let it have a serious impact on what you're doing or even any moves you make. Don't change the freaking thing because somebody says something. You could always consider what they say and decide if it has validity and then go from there, but take it as what it is, which is your opinion is the one that's the most important. And you're trying to hone your skills and your decision making. That's really what you're trying to hone. And so criticism is always helpful, but at the same time, your criticism of yourself and your own work is the stuff that matters. And don't be too hard on yourself. All right. GDP's been up for 110 hours in a row. I've been up for a while myself. So we're about to take off and dip out of this thing. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for checking it out. And, Shigiono all the way in Africa, GDP all the way in Japan, CK15 in Vietnam, Braxel in Texas. We're all over the place. Northeast Pennsylvania. We're just... You guys are awesome. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Catch us soon. More of these coming. Take it easy.